Okay, so game capture's just not working for some reason. Okay, that's always fun. Let's do window capture. Just give me a second. Old game, a lot of weird jank code going on. Okay, though, second try, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 with the restored content mod, because as I talked about during Knights 1, Knights 2 had a significant amount of cut content that actually works to its detriment. Because I am of the personal opinion Knights 1 is fine without that extra planet. It's interesting that, you know, the modding community made it. I'm not going to discount their work. It's just, it doesn't feel necessary for that game. Unlike Knights 2, Knights 2 had significant story beats cut, entire character side plots dropped, and events just happen. With Knights 2 here, they went through the game and, well, it was no longer in the hands of BioWare. We moved companies over from BioWare to Obsidian, the same company that would eventually go on to make the amazing Fallout New Vegas, and the 2 South Park games, Stick of Truth and Fractured But Whole, as well as, I believe, Snow Day. And nowadays, like, the last 2 games I think they released were Outer Worlds and, well, Outer Worlds 2 and Avowed. The opinions on those games are what you have. Back to this game, though. This game is pretty much the same, well, it's a lot of the same stuff we would see in Knights 1, but it is overall a vastly improved system. Unlike Knights 1 where you choose, like, you know, a class of Scout, Scoundrel, or, Soldier, we are instead just choosing our Jedi class right out the door. We're starting Jedi Guardian. The reason why, it's because I love having Force Jump. Got a couple mods in. Let me see if I can find it. Is that it? I think that was the face. Yeah, I think it's this one. It's the modded face. It's been someone's mod to try to make, because there is a canonical appearance of this character. It's just it wasn't available in the game, so modders have tried to make it. So just like before, I'm going to set everything to 10. But I'm going to go a little bit different in this game compared to what I had back in Knights 1. I'm going to a little bit more of a stat spread. So here's my logic behind the stats I chose. I'm still going to be a lightsaber based character, but there's a new ability that is the reason why I'm focusing more on Dex. But the reason I'm going to try Dex is because of the fact it's going to allow me to dodge better. Constitution is going to give me more health, which will help prevent some of the issues we had in Knights 1. Intelligence is because of the, well, skill points are a lot more valuable in this game because of some of the new perks. Oh, feats, my fault. And then charisma is because I'm going to be using a mix of different, force powers. Because there are a lot of really good force powers in this game. So, first things first. Treat injury. 1 in security. Because security is way more important in this game than it was in the last one. So now going over the feats, because this is where this game really has some changes. First off, the melee feats still have the same penalties where you take a -4, where you will suffer more damage. But they are a little bit less severe, and I believe their master forms almost completely remove it, or have some other benefit. The weapon proficiencies are exactly the same as they were in the last game. But these, like everything past dueling, is the new skills. Close combat. So this was a thing that I didn't really talk about in Knights 1, but in Knights 1 there was a penalty for fighting in close combat with a blaster. Yeah. If they're actually, no, it's not penalty. They get just bonuses. When the character's target's at short range, they receive a +1 attack bonus. Additionally, when these characters are engaged in melee combat, their attackers only receive a +4 instead of the +6. This is really good for a character you want to have on ranged. There's a couple characters who we're obviously going to give it to, but we'll talk about them as they go. Another new feat, regenerate force points. This will increase your regeneration for force points much faster. Basically, I believe it goes from like +1 a second. Well, whatever it was, I think it's an extra like +2 or 3. Either way, it's really useful. Class skills. These let you add the skills you are not trading to it'll make them class skills instead of cross-class. These two are the reason why I'm going with high dex. Finesse. This character has mastered using grace and speed with melee weapons instead of raw power. The character can add either their dex or strength bonus to their chance to hit, whichever is higher. Then mobility is just you move faster. Regenerate vitality points is the same as force points, but for health. Stealth run. If you're using the stealth belts, you can now run instead of having to walk. And precise shot is for ranged, and it can go up to tier 5, which is a first for this. I am gonna go with finesse melee weapons, just because it's gonna be a bit before we get a lightsaber. I'm going to do some prep work later for a lightsaber, but for right now, I'm gonna build for melee. Go with the canonical name for the exile. Okay, no, I am wrong. It looks like she does actually appear in, why is it not capturing? What the fuck? Okay, so it's just not capturing that? What the fuck?
Hyperdrive offline. Multiple hull breaches detected. Proximity alert. The Ebon Hawk is adrift in space after a terrible battle. Most of its crew are dead or dying. You lie in the medical room in critical condition. You won't survive long without medical attention. The hyperdrive is damaged. Main power must be restored in order to bring the engines online and dock with the nearby Paragus mining station for much-needed repairs. Your fate and that of the Ebon Hawk depend upon T3M4, a lone astromech droid. Return to this location at any time to skip the prologue.
I'm going to skip the prologue because the prologue is just a tutorial. Yeah, for some reason it's not capturing the footage. What the f... Okay, so I just saw someone's recommendation. Once I get into, actually controlling my character, I am going to do some stuff really quick. Someone was suggesting instead of, the normal... Give me a second. I thought I fucked it up. I had it work in. I fucked it up because I wanted to capture the movies. Ah! Okay, let's see. Let's see if this worked. Yep, okay, there we go. Got it working. Give me a second. I'm just making sure my Steam notifications are hidden. Okay. So, yeah, a little bit of scuff, but you know what? That is to be expected with a game this old. Because we're talking about a game that's well over 2 decades old. So, talk about differences in our character compared to the first game. First off, we have 2 weapon loadouts now. We can have configuration 1 and configuration 2, which is immediately much nicer. There's other, as I've mentioned, the force abilities are greatly expanded, but that won't really come up for not a bit. Yeah, we'll talk about that. As I mentioned earlier in Knights 1, currently the only way actually in good conscience I can recommend to play Knights of the Old Republic 2 is on the PC. The reason why is back when this was in development, well, not in development, back when this was brought over to the Switch, there was the promise of the restored content mod, and Asper and many kind of believe them on this says it was because of Lucas and Disney legal, the reason why they couldn't add the restored content, which I don't know. I don't fully buy that personally, because they marketed the fact that they were going to have it. If they weren't able to do it, legal, I might like to this is just how it feels to me. Legal would have stepped in prior to it being a problem. Like, it would never have been on the marketing if it wasn't going to be allowed. That, or just says that their legal team's incompetent, or someone's legal team was incompetent during this.
Yes, I had hoped as much. I slept here too long and could not awaken. It may be I reached out unconsciously, and your mind must have been a willing one. Or perhaps you have been trained for such things. I am Kreia, and I am your rescuer, as you are mine. Tell me, do you recall what happened? Your ship was attacked. You were the only survivor. A result of your Jedi training, no doubt.
Not
Your
a Jedi.
stance, your walk tells me you are a Jedi. Your walk is heavy. You carry something that weighs you down. So it would seem. Keep your past and let us focus on the now. I do not know. I was removed from the events of the world as I slept. A survey of the surroundings may provide the answers we seek. The ship we arrived in, the Ebon Hawk, must still be in this place. We should recover it and leave. We were attacked once, and I fear our attackers will not give up the hunt so easily. Without transport, weapons, and information, they will find us easy prey indeed. Even as I slept, I felt much unrest here. I saw strange visions, minds colored with fear. Now, everything here feels terribly silent. A last word of caution. I would find out as much as you can about this place quickly. I fear we will need to depart as suddenly as we arrived. You may wish to extend your search to some clothes, if only for proper first impressions. I leave you to the explorations of this place. Here I will remain and attempt to center myself.
So Kreia here is what is, well, if you can't tell, she's, by like how cryptically she speaks, she's a Force user. I'll go into this in more detail as we build more party members, but keeping in line with what I was doing with Knights 1, if there's a character who is locked into an alignment, I will mention it. Kreia is always going to be gray. She will never be anything else. Also, thing of note, these containers, with a few exceptions, well, here on Paragus, they're all kind of set with what they are. But, in other areas, they are completely random. You can find some really good stuff before you ever leave Paragus, which is kind of wild that they let that happen. But I will not complain. These first ones will, like, these droids will always have a mining laser, and that droid outside will always have the vibro cutter. These are going to be your basic melee and ranged weapons.
You. It is the Force you feel. It has not been so long as for you to forget. Do not turn away from it. Listen. Feel it echoing within you. Come. I shall guide you down the familiar paths. You will need it if we are to survive and escape this place.
Yeah. So, leveling up in this game isn't just your character improving their skills, it's also rebuilding your connection to the Force. As mentioned, your character doesn't have that connection anymore. Okay, so my second feat... Heavy armor is pointless, as, actually, I forget, is it? No, it's... Okay, so it's still not restricted to weapons. I mean, to heavy armor. So heavy armor Jedi is a thing you could do, but it's just not as good in this game. And I'll talk about why later. First Force power I'd recommend. Stun droid. Because, holy fuck, there are so many droids in this game. I will also say, just in general, Knights 2 is much more put together. There's a lot of glitches, mostly to do with the fact that it's an old-ass game. Most of the problems of Knights 2 have to do with the game's age.
There is much energy in the room beyond, yet it stems from nothing that lives. Can you not sense them? Reach out. Cast aside your sight. Cast aside what you see, and instead reach out with your perceptions. Ah, you can feel them. The droids you cannot perceive, but the small oscillations of energy that you can feel echoing outwards.
Yeah, basically this is a warning system. Like, there are two major... Actually, I just noticed that my screen capture is a little too set to the right. Give me a second, let me fix that. But so while I'm fixing this, as I was saying though, there are two warning systems we'll be getting in this game for like when the game goes, you should save. One is force precognition. Sometimes you'll have visions of events to come. Well, not events to come, but like, you know, rooms where like there's something dangerous on the other side. Like here, it's 3 mining droids. It's not too bad. Said failure, not skill too low, so that means I still had a chance. Thing is about security in this game, where in Knights 1, if I didn't have the security, I could always just bash my way through and break a container. Don't do that in this game, because that will break the items inside. It is very important to have a high security skill in this game. Especially because there's going to be a lot of times where your character will be on their own. Remembering the key, that's the shortcut to use med packs. A lot of my feats early on are mostly going to be like gaining the other other skills for navigating the world, in particular computer and repair. Let's see. Can't do force heal yet. I can't get that to level 6. Just get force shock. Force storm is really good in this game. This game also is not afraid to give you a lot more experience, I've noticed, though I don't know if that's because of restored content or not. Or I don't think I have a mod affecting my experience rates. Either way, you level up a lot. I always felt like you level up a lot faster in Knights 2 compared to Knights 1.
Beyond this door, someone yet lives. Be mindful. His thoughts are difficult to read. But you have nothing to fear from this one, and he might yet prove useful.
So this character actually has a different reaction depending if you're male or female.
Nice outfit. What, you miners change regulation uniforms while I've been in here? Atten Rand. Excuse me if I don't shake hands. The field only causes mild electrical burns. Security claimed I violated some trumped-up regulation or another. Take it up with them if you want. But they stopped listening to me shortly before they stopped feeding me. Now that's criminal. You mean before or after that Jedi showed up? Either way, it's a real short story. You see, this Jedi shows up, and you know what that means. Where there's one Jedi, the Republic will soon be crawling up your ion engine in no time. But the story gets better. See, some of the miners get it into their ferrocrete skulls that since the Jedi's unconscious, they can collect the bounty the exchange has posted for live Jedi. Well, what passes for the law here didn't like that idea. So the two groups started fighting. Then there was some big explosion. I was sitting here for a long time. Then you showed up in your underwear and things got a lot better. Don't know much about it. Maybe the exchange wants one as a trophy, or somebody's got something against Jedi and is looking to collect. Not many Jedi left. Wouldn't surprise me if the bounty's pretty high. The ones that weren't killed in the Jedi Civil War ended up switching off the lightsabers long ago. Word is there's not even a Jedi Council anymore, but who knows?
I mean, here's the thing. The Jedi Council post the war with Exar Kun. So this is everything from pre-Mandalorian Wars to now. Caused a lot of major problems in Star Wars. They set a lot of rules that would end up biting them in the fucking ass.
Yeah, Revan, Malak, and the Jedi that went to join them in the Mandalorian Wars. They turned against the other Jedi and had a scrap that almost laid waste to the galaxy. Where have you been? Well, I wasn't there, but like all Sith, Revan and Malak turned on each other. After they turned on the Jedi, of course.
It was Revan saved the Jedi.
I guess. There's rumors all over space about it. All I heard was Revan returned to pay Malak back for trying to kill her in the first place. You know women.
Oh, Revan was a man, you jackass.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I just hoped Revan was a woman.
Yeah, so this is kind of just being used to... This is before the days of reading old save files, so this is kind of just being used to set the baseline for your world state.
Look, not like your half-naked interrogation isn't a personal fantasy of mine, but... Hey, wait a minute. You're that Jedi the miners were talking about. Where is everybody?
I don't know!
Well, the miners can't all be gone. But if they are... Look, hey, let me out and I can help you. I can. I've gotten out of trouble countless times. This facility isn't a military installation, which means we may have a chance. You shut down this cell security field and I can reroute the emergency system so we can get to the hangars. We grab a ship and then we fly out of here.
So yeah, the whole point of Paragus is
Great.
finding your way
Now
off
to
the
business.
station.
Let's get to the command console.
It's all mostly a tutorial. The prologue teaches you a lot of the old systems, and a couple of the new
Alright,
systems,
here we
but
are.
Paragus
This console
itself
set
is
on
going to be a
automatic
lot
hail.
of the
You may
baseline
have heard
stuff
it
for
when
your
you came in.
character.
The asteroid drift charts are constantly being updated, so it sends out a transmission to incoming vessels so they don't get crushed into space dust. The hail warns them to keep their distance until orbital drift charts are transmitted, and then provides docking instructions to incoming ships, usually freighters. Thing is, you can bounce that same transmission back to the comm here, and suddenly you've got access to the communication system from the inside. Pure Pazak. The console's ours. Now, all we need to do is reactivate the turbo lifts, cancel the emergency lockdown. Hey! This system's been severed from the main hub, after it was locked down from remote. You can't even reroute the system, it's been cut clean. No. Someone tried to lock down this whole level tight, and leave us here, trapped. I doubt it. All we have is communications back. For all the good trying to shout in a vacuum will do us. Be my guest. Not much else we can do. The comm's all yours.
So yeah, we are all trapped here. But what we want to try to do is Hangar Bay 25. And here's our first old companion, T3M4. The T3 here plays almost identically to how he did in Knights 1. Our little droid companion buddy here is built specifically for security, computer use, and repair. But is not the best when it comes to combat. Neural pacifier is useless here because there are no organics. Ooh, those are... Oh shit, that's really good. That was an ion charger. So, for those who never played Knights, I mean, it's been 2 decades, but I'm still gonna explain some of the systems for those who've never played. The fact that this game has it where you can pretty much modify any weapon, and there's a whole bunch of new parts now. You can add ion damage to pretty much any weapon. Making ion blasters kind of worthless, but I think ion blasters just naturally have higher, and I think you can add more ion damage to them, which can really fuck up droids. But it all depends on what your goal is. Okay, I don't have the part, so right now I thought you had to open the door through that. No, I'm getting ahead of myself. T3, well, much like the last game, is really good at skills. He doesn't have access to any combat skills. But now has a shock arm that is exclusive to T3M4 that has infinite charges, making him really good at dealing with droids. Like, T3M4 got a huge buff with that. But he also was not nerfed, but well, just a show. His intelligence, instead of being 20 like it was back in the last game, is only 16. Also, T3M4 now has a new mechanic. T3M4 now counts as a mobile workbench. So if you want to do upgrades to your weapons, lightsabers, whatever, bring T3M4. And honestly, for T3 combat, just spam the shock arm. Some mines, which we need to open some doors up there. That is another new... Ooh, that's really good. Another new mechanic is you can open locked doors and boxes with landmines. I typically don't, because if I remember correctly, it does still damage the items inside. And it's, like I said, the fact that all the chests in this, most of the chests in this game are random, it just sucks to lose so much because of it. We won't be getting a lot of, like, the really good stuff, though, until we get to, we get off Paragus. I've got Paragus, though, pretty much down to a fucking science. This astromech droid is actually a companion you could get during the prologue, but he is currently disabled. Ooh, energy shield. Like, not even a mining shield, just a normal energy shield. Like, at this point, that's actually really good. Because there's a lot of stuff you'll find on Paragus, but a lot of it is set to be, like, mining equipment. So anything you can find that's military or, non-mining Take it. Okay, let's see. Get the layout. Emergency control. I didn't mean to do that. See if we go over the blaster to the hangar. The conduit has been removed, so let's open to the fuel hangar instead. And to the other side. So yeah, the way to the hangar to reach the Ebon Hawk is completely cut off. Someone actually removed the conduit linking the computer to it. So even T3 could not leave, even if he was willing to leave the others behind. Yeah, it is interesting though that T3M4 is here, because T3M4 was with Revan last we saw. And well, there's some other things on the Ebon Hawk that we need to talk about, but we'll deal with that when we're done here. The droid upgrade slot gives T... Hold on a second. What is PK trying to message me about? Yeah, he's still PK was actually he's playing Village. Don't make the same mistake Young Shade used to do, because I used to think that you would lose all, well, yeah, that you would lose all like the unique stuff you just picked up as T3, and I would stash it. But no, your inventory carries over between these solo sections and the characters. Say you find a lightsaber as T3M4, then the Exile will have the lightsaber through magic pockets. Fuel control station. There you go. And that brings an end to the T3M4 section. Aw, poor T3. But, yeah, so T3M4, though, last we saw was with Revan. I mentioned what happened.
So, how long have you been a Jedi? Must be tough. You know, no family, no husband.
I don't really want to talk about it.
All right. Hey, what do you know? A little cargo cylinder came through. If you got the turbo lifts working, then we should have a clear run to the hangar.
So, to explain what's happened to T3M4 between games, because this game does not explain what happened.
Wait. Don't tell me you're taking that hatch down into the mining tunnels. Are you? That explosion I heard came from below. There's probably nothing down there except superheated rock and collapsed blast tunnels.
We got more detail on what happened to Revan in, I forget if it was the comics or if it was the Old Republic. Either way, it was explained.
You're either really brave. All right, I'll try to.
So what happened was though,
be careful. The only thing moving down there is likely to be mining droids, so don't be playing hero too hard.
Revan left for the unknown regions with T3M4 and HK-47.
Off this rock by myself.
And he was attacked by Darth Nihilus and Lord Scourge, who is a companion in the Jedi Knight quest line.
I'll keep the comm link open.
Maybe
able to guide you through the tunnel from up here. Don't know if the signal will hold if you get too deep, though.
Sorry about that. It was just my boss was calling. He completely forgot that he gave me today off. Taking more steps to the light side. Much like Knights 1, it is really easy to fall to the dark side. And I mean super easy. Because if I remember correctly, the numbers are, it's like 400 points for max light side, and it's negative 70 for dark side. I guess it is just to show like how easy it is for someone to fall. But yeah, so when Revan and the Ebon Hawk were shot down by Lord Scourge and Darth Nihilus, Revan was captured, T3 repaired the Ebon Hawk, and the droid went on to save Metra here. I'm probably mispronouncing her name.
There's a lot of interference down there, probably caused by that explosion. Still, it looks like there's a route down to the Paragus fuel depot. If the passage haven't collapsed, that explosion knocked out most of the sensors. There should be an emergency crate in the next room. Watch yourself. There's a lot of droid broadcasts in that area, but I can't pin them down.
T3 would eventually, I've mentioned before, the Exile would eventually go back to the, would go with T3 to the unknown regions, during the events of Knights of the Old Republic. Not Knights of the Old Republic, during the Old Republic.
Damn it. I mean, good to hear it.
Fuck off,
No sense in you running around half naked. It's distracting. I mean, for the droids. Look, there may be some survey gear and a safety harness inside the crate, too. The miners wear them when staking claims on the asteroids. The survey gear is designed to spot and protect you against sonic mines, and the safety harness can be helpful if you try to disarm them. Just one more thing. I've narrowed down some of the ID signals, and if the numbers are right, you're sharing those tunnels with a battalion of mining droids. There's gotta be some central controller down there. See if you can find a terminal by the main access shaft. That'd be governing intelligence.
As for why you may notice that Anton doesn't have like that blue filter we typically saw for what's it called, for the communications. The reason why is because I have some of the settings turned off, in particular for the blur when you use force speed, because I really don't like that blur. But removing that effect, that visual effect, also removes it for the comms, which I'm okay with. There's probably some ways I could have done it where I could remove one and keep the other. I'm just gonna skip this because this is all tutorial stuff about like hacking, stealth, and landmines. Since I've got some skills with landmines, I could just remove them. The good thing is, well, actually, the thing is, I would say collect as many landmines as you can. Not for credits. There's a lot of ways. This game is really easy to get credits compared to Knights 1. Because Knights 1 got really stingy with some of the weapons and items they gave you. I'm gonna leave it alone. I could fix it and it would help me, but the issue is my repair is still a cross train for me, so it's not too good. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to remember the keys. The other reason why I decided to go with a higher charisma stat for this game is because of the fact that well, let me improve that. Well, to put simply, I really want to use some of the dark side powers, because the force powers in general have been greatly expanded. I haven't really gone into a lot of them. There's some more neutral sides. The only issue is light side did not get any combat base. There's not like a whole bunch of new force powers, but there are some really good new ones. Including one that I will talk about later for buffing, which we will be picking up and mastering. Force Heal actually was given a 3rd tier. I should be able to upgrade, get a new power here, so let's see here. I'm still gonna focus on Dex since it is my primary stat. Going to up my computer use to 3. Yeah, so talk about the new force powers because I haven't talked about them yet. A lot of the core skills that we had in in Knights 1 are still the same, but like for example, there's now a Master Heal, which gives a +1 for every Charisma modifier, Wisdom modifier, and 2 times the level of the Force user. So this is just really good, and it also cures stun on top of poison. Aura speed, resistance, and barrier. Actually, barrier I think is new. But yeah, a lot of these all are exactly as they were in the last game. Battle meditation is now a thing we can use, which just grants a +2 to attack rolls, +2 to damage, and +2 to will. It also increases vitality regeneration, so it's honestly really good. And I do plan on picking up Master Battle Meditation. If you're a high HP and low Wisdom character, I would say maybe pick up Force Body. Force Scream is new, and it is sonic damage, so it's really good at getting around certain barriers. And oh yeah, this one, Force Deflection. Say you are someone playing, you don't want to use a lightsaber. You instead want to use blasters, or you want to use vibroblades. This gives you the ability to deflect those attacks without needing your lightsaber. It's really good for the early game. I'm actually gonna pick up Force Body.
Hey, watch out. If you can find a mining...
I'm gonna take damage just because of the fact that I'm using the wrong kind of energy shield, because that hallway counts as heat damage. I'm gonna be picking up a lot of, like, this game I run a lot of passive skills. I don't really start upping my combat skills for a good while. And that's, again, just because there are so many good passives in this game. Fuck, 2 Mandalorian melee shields. What the fuck? Oh god, I love this game's loot sometimes. I'll drop out the maintenance droids because they will repair enemy droids. You're gonna be finding a lot of Sonics down here, which makes sense because
You're getting close to some... If so, the
explosives
central
are
point
just
should be somewhere nearby.
normal blasters and explosives are not
I'm
allowed
picking
on
up
the
a lot of
station.
droids. If you still have a mining energy shield, I'd equip it and switch it on.
also think just overall, I think the numbers in this game are a little bit more balanced compared to Knights 1. And also giving us the HP regeneration over time is really nice because of the fact. Add other continue, so now the droids are going to attack each other. And shut down containment field so we can move on. Yeah, there you go. You can see already the droids are fighting amongst each other. And these droids don't have a way to repair themselves, so I'm able just to kind of let them fight and then deal with the survivors. Should be able to pick up. Yeah, because of the fact that we get force powers right out the gate, I am going to be using them a lot more than we did in Knights 1. Because Knights 1, in my opinion, it kind of feels like your force stuff is an afterthought because you get it after your whole time on Taurus. At that point, you're usually just better off sticking with your physical. Unless you know the... Here's the thing, in hindsight, if you know that you're going to get the Jedi one, you suffer through Taurus at, like, you know, the lower level, you bring less skills, that kind of stuff. Kind of like how I was saving as many levels as I could. You can get a lot more out of being a Jedi in that game. This game, though, because you're a Jedi right at the bat, it makes it feel like you are better prepared. Also, new thing, if you don't feel like dealing with mines and you're a force user, stun droid destroys mines. I want to collect the mines because of the fact that I have 2 uses for them. I'm going to be breaking them down for chemical components. And there's one plot line where I will need a bunch of mines. This should be, yep, the heavy mining laser, which I believe, I think heavy weapons now just use, well, what were heavy weapons, I think just use the, standard blaster rifle training. They don't use, their own training anymore.
I may be able to keep it contained until you get the turbo lift to the fuel depot, but not for much longer. I'm locking down the turbo lift to the administration section now to keep the blast from spreading. If you've got anything left to do down there, make it quick, because where you are is going to get real hot real soon.
Thankfully, I don't have to deal with much because the droids have already destroyed each other. Yeah, that's what I mean by, like, the random loot. Like, there's just so much weird shit you'll pick up from bodies in this game. Ooh, reflex package. Talk about these. So, the implants don't have a skill anymore. They are instead just entirely based on your con score. If you see a lock like this that's sparking, that means it's broken and you're gonna have to use a mod. It will not damage the goods inside, though. This doesn't come up super often. But I will say there are like three places I need mines. Here, and two of the planets. One of them is is related to the story. The other is a carpet. We'll talk about it. Hey, I know that model.
Greeting. It is a pleasure to see you alive, Master, provided my receptors are not off focus. How may I be of assistance?
And there's Christoph Tabori again. Well, not reprising, but voicing another model of the HK-47 line. This one is a new HK protocol droid, HK-50. So someone has been working on the HK series, though we'll talk more about him later. Look, we as players already know that HK-50 here is not a protocol droid. We know he's an assassin droid. Okay, I am going to create 2 long swords. Create 2 basic ionite edges. So yeah, another use for the core skills is you will be able to use them to create weapons. Having a high repair will give you better access to weapons. Right now, I'm just gonna upgrade one of these long swords, and of course the iron edge, because droids, so many fucking droids.
Greeting. It is a pleasure to see you intact, Master. Greeting. It is a pleasure to see you intact, Master. Greeting. It is pitying answer. Oh, that is unfortunate, Master. The hangar is sealed behind a containment field. It would be impossible to open it. Answer. Only the Paragus administration officer would have such codes, Master. If he hasn't already been murdered in an unfortunate accident, then he is trapped in the dormitory section, which has been effectively cut off from the facility by explosives. Apology. Unfortunately, communication with the dormitory section is severed, Master. It is perhaps for the best, especially if any other accidents have occurred in that section. If that were the case, the severed comm link would have spared us the satisfaction of hearing the miners scream as they lived out their last moments in fear and terror. Rapid retraction. Why, yes, satisfaction in knowing their fate, Master. It would be unfortunate if they had...
You're not good at this.
But there would be a
47 looked worse, but he was way better at playing up the fact that he wasn't an assassin.
To escape until a ship arrives. Theory. You could walk across the surface of the asteroid to the dormitory airlock, but such a route would be extremely hazardous, and I do not wish to see you damaged. Warning. Master, continued exploration of this facility may place you in unnecessary danger. I encourage you to return to the medical bay and wait for retrieval.
How'd you know I was there?
That is no doubt on the way, even as we continue this pointless conversation. Weary resignation. Very well, Master, but there is very little that I can do. You see, the airlock is sealed by a code. Correction. Oh, I already possess the code, Master, but I am afraid that it will do you no good. Condescending explanation. Master, the console governing the droid maintenance area and the airlock is voice-printed musing. In the last days of his life, the maintenance officer was quite careful about voice protocols, bordering on paranoid obsession. Conjecture. I suspect once he realized something was wrong in the facility, he voice-locked the droid bay functions. A prudent measure, but in the end, he met the same fate as the rest of the organics. Condescending explanation. Oh yes, Master. The code is Maintenance Control Voice Print ID R1B5. But unless the maintenance officer speaks the code...
You can go around and collect this code from, like, various terminals around the, station.
Answer. Master,
but a faster way you can do it if you know the right dialogue choices. This is something I like about Knights 2. There's more than one way to complete most quests.
Has in store for us. Of course. Answer. That is all that remains of the maintenance officer, Master. At the end, he was quite incoherent from the pain, and attempts to facilitate communications with him proved useless. I heard his dying screams as the droids he tended turned on him, mining him like a piece of asteroid rock. Recitation. Oh yes, Master. The record of his last moments were...
5 droids, burning through the outer door. They're forcing their way into the bay. Please, stop it! Oh no, they're through! Oh, my leg! They're burning through my leg! Oh, stop, please!
Addendum. His remaining attempts at communication are variations in Decibel Master, ranging from frenzied screams to gibbering inarticulate attempts to beg for his life. Objection. Master, to commit such an act would be in violation of the ethics programming most droids are believed to possess. I am afraid there is nothing that can be done. Proud answer. Master, I believe my vocabulator is working adequately enough to accommodate your request. A recitation.
Maintenance Control Voice Print ID R1B5.
There. Was...
Like, there's ways around every problem in this game, from brute force to negotiation. Hey! I could have upgraded Stun Droid. I will be upgrading it as we go, just because I will harp on a lot. There are multiple encounters with droids throughout this game. Like, I would say droids are the most common type of enemy you will be fighting, so I do recommend getting the destroyed droid force power as quickly as possible. There's also an elevator here that will take you back to the main level, and you can check in with Anson and Kreia, but there's no real point.
Maintenance control, voice print.
So because I don't even think you get too much experience. There we go. So yeah, we can't leave yet until we get the spacesuit. Yeah, the spacesuit is still just like the same model we had, the same outfit we had back in Knights 1 for that spacewalk, as well as the diving suit. There is one thing I also forgot to make, but I will make it next time we get to a workbench, which is soon.
That's about time. I lost your signal after you left the mining tunnels. Now you're coming in clear.
Except I'm picking you up on the exterior of the facility, on the asteroid's surface. That can't be right.
Really? Maybe you should look up.
What are you doing out there? You're crazy, even for a Jedi. Look, you need to get out of there, quick. What little is left of the facility's venting systems have gone active, most likely from the explosions in the mining tunnels. They're venting Paraga's fuel deposits into space through the exterior vents, right in your path. The vents look like they've been purposely rerouted to vent the gases to the exterior. And only in the last few minutes. It's almost as if...
Someone's trying to fuck us over.
Now what now? I don't believe this. There's a ship coming in, sending a docking code. I have a bad feeling about this.
It's a Republic ship, Hammerhead class. Maybe he's friendly. So this is a character who saw a minor degree of popularity. I mean, he has like a few appearances, if I remember correctly. I think he appears in some novels, some comics. Of course, his big appearance here is Knights 2. But he's also a skin and got a redesign in Force Unleashed. Which that is another game we might cover. For covering, like, if I'm going through like some of the older Star Wars games after Knights 2, it'll probably be either Force Unleashed or Jedi Academy. If I wanted to cover newer, it's probably going to be Fallen Order. I will say this is my opinion on the two Respawn era Star Wars games. I like the story of Fallen more, but I love the combat of Jedi Survivor more. And that's just because of the fact that they expanded it to also include dual wielding, the broadsword, and the blaster. That game, it feels like there's a lot more variety in your combat style than just single and dual. I mean, single and double. Though I will say, I do like Cal's standard his lightsaber being that double-bladed style. Just because the longer the longer grip it has allows him to use it more as like a traditional like two-handed sword than just one-handed. Granted, it's an energy sword. You don't really need to put a lot of power behind it, but it allows you to take better stances. And including like making your body a little bit, like, you know, tightening up your body a little bit so you're not as exposed. Because like you don't want to have you wouldn't want to have like a wide stance, because it's more to get shot. But having like, you know, the close in, like, you know, the arms in front of you stance makes you a lot less vulnerable. Though I'm not like a sword expert, so don't quote me. I know basics of swordplay, but that's about it. I know like the basic strikes of like kendo, but not like a whole bunch. I don't know like any like advanced like techniques or anything. So the thing I forgot to do was I forgot to upgrade my armor. So create armor upgrade. The one I want is the bio-restorative underlay set. And this is something I will be creating every version of as we go, because it's pretty much the only underlay I run. It gives you bonus regeneration. I'm just double checking that I got everything. I will recommend just use range on these fucking things. Because the fire extinguishers can freeze you in place. And they'll just wear you down. Because they can just infinitely lock you in place. I forget what save it is, if it's a wisdom or not. I think it's Constitution. My usual recommendation, at least for while you're on Paragus, for your 2 weapon loadouts, have one weapon be your ranged, and then the other weapon set be your melee. I tend to actually run that through the entire game. I'm just checking something real quick. I can make a blaster pistol, but I think it gives me less damage. Yeah, it's only 1 to 4. While yes, I could modify that a little bit more, I'd rather just go with the raw damage right now. I was like, seeing as we start as a Jedi here, also, the other thing to talk about is our Prestige class. So, in Knights 1, the Prestige class was the Jedi. It was mandatory for the story. Knights 2 is slightly different when it comes to your Prestige class. You can't get it until after, like, the first 2 planets. Though that depends if you want to count progress. Some don't, because some just treat progress as like a massive tutorial. There's a whole mod to remove progress station. This whole section. What do I want? You know what? It's time. Another bio-restorative underlay, which I won't complain because I can use that for the party. I also haven't talked about it, but the lab stations allow you to make grenades and med packs. So having a wide range of skills is really useful in this game. The ways you can open that door is you can either break the terminal, but or just use either security or repair. That one's gonna be last. Can I pull that through this terminal? Yeah. There we go. Got some logs here. These miners were juicing.
We just took an inventory of our supplies. We've got enough emergency rations in the dormitories to last almost a month. But with all the problems in the facility, I don't know how long we'll last. I wish we could contact the Jedi. Maybe she could... No. She's still floating in that damn tank. Someone's played us for fools. And since Quarter and his crew aren't locked in here with us, it's pretty clear who it was. If I ever catch up with that Mandalorian-loving son of a... At least the air scrubbers are still working, even though they're tied into the... Hey, what's happening to the ventilation system? Is...
I will say, if you plan on going, with a melee build in this game, in particular with lightsabers, dual wielding is the way to go for raw damage, just because one of the prestige classes is just built entirely for using, two weapons. I will say I'm not entirely happy with the loot we've gotten so far because on my practice file, to give you an idea, in this area I found some Jedi robes, which was a wild find.
This may be the beginning of a long record. It's about an hour after the facility suffered the explosion that triggered the emergency lockdown. Just finished helping the dock officer set up the transmission relay. Not much signal strength, but it's better than nothing. The transmission gives the code to open the turbo lift when or if help arrives. Code is a simple group of 5 numbers. 3, 17, 13, then the next 2 numbers are...
Sir, couldn't we contact the medbay? Maybe the Jedi's awake. If so, she could help us.
No good. The link to the medical computer was severed from the hub, just like the administration console. Even if the Jedi wakes up, how would we get the dormitory turbo lift code to her? Without it, the turbo lift to the administration level is locked down.
Well, we got what we need there. That's something very important.
Manama treto sobre barakto drun. Krishe mentru gre babano. Der interunto wakere kwe wapatera tanan chingaradana. Fera rampada no de ringtada nel camera cella fibor no bodat. Relibe coronto so mele grima con gregin passa. Rechu contrada suma con chere non grum grum. Der interunto wakere kwe wapatera tanan chingaradana. Fera Manama treto sobre barakto drun. Krishe mentru gre babano flank tour na saganich. Grava we no ku se tabate bate. Tarawin sto so potuto nel liep grim patato. Tarawin der interunto wakere kwe wapatera tanan chingaradana. Fera rampada no de ringtada nel camera cella fibor no botat. Fera to rampada no ringa nel camera. Manama treto sobre barakto drun. Krishe mentru gre babano flank tour na saganich. Grava we no ku se tabate. Der interunto wakere kwe wapatera tanan chingaradana. Fedra to rampada no ringa nel camera cella fibor no. Turu kawre kare papanala ran shinga. Totorere seni sensen. In session. Ona jun seni sensen drawiche nel camera cella fibor no.
Your ears always were too big, CN. Come on, if the maintenance officer comes through on the explosions, these dorms are gonna be filling up soon. And shut that damn data pad off and throw it down the refresher. We managed to get to the
So,
dormitories.
according to this, the maintenance officer was in on this, but he's dead.
Transmission to the administration level to end the lockdown. But the administration
And from what
console's been
HA said, he
severed
died
from the main
pretty
hub.
early on.
Everyone thinks we should try to evacuate on our own as soon as possible. But there's no way to break the dormitory seals from the inside. I'm going to keep sending distress calls in the meantime. We've been trying to find a way to circumvent the lockdown and get to our hangar bay, but so far, no luck. The situation's worse than we thought. Even if we get out of here, we can't shut down the fuel depot force fields if a fuel leak was detected. If so, the only way off this asteroid is if a ship docks with us. But the only connection to the docking platform is on the administration level, and we can't get up to the docking bay while we're trapped here. I only hope someone survived the explosion in the mining tunnels. If not, then we're stranded here. Unless our transmission reaches a passing ship, or a Telos freighter. Managed to use the holo transmitter here as a crude relay to beam short-burst transmissions outside the Paragas facility. With any luck, the transmission will carry beyond the asteroid field. We've set the emergency transmission on automatic playback. We're using a simple military flash code to transmit the code to the turbolifts, so maybe our rescuers can get down to the dormitory when they reach the station. Without those turbolift codes, our rescuers wouldn't be able to get here from the administration level. And without those codes, we wouldn't be able to get to the administration level if we found a way out on our own. The messages are short distress calls only, since we can't get much signal strength. It's pretty weak, so unless a ship is actively searching the area, it might be a long time before a ship picks up the message. After all, who would be scouring frequencies way out here looking for trouble?
Someone was. I will say having the higher dex is already paying off. I'm definitely getting hit a lot less. It is much more important to make your character really powerful, and like your primary character a lot more powerful in this game, just because of the fact you don't have, I mean, there's going to be a lot of points where you're just on your own. So kind of making your character a jack of all trades is a good idea. Personally, my usual priority skills are, for my protagonists, are usually treat injuries up there just because of the fact it'll cut down on med packs, but also make them more useful. The breather mask there is in case you don't have the skills to remove the poison. Let's see. Because here's the thing, chemicals, while it's useful that you can make it, they are super expensive. I remember if there's... Because when there was one more thing to loot down here. Actually, no, that's a bad idea because I still need the light arm. I still need the normal clothes effect, just so I can use force body and force shock. Because this game lets you upgrade every armor, at the very least with an underlayer, it makes Jedi robes so much better.
What did you want to talk to me about? I have to suit up and drill the 3219K asteroid claim within the hour, so talk quick.
I heard you had plans with the Jedi about selling her to the exchange.
Yeah, but security already set their piece on that, didn't they? Nobody's getting sold to anyone.
Are they? I've seen the logs you've been accessing. Maybe the two of us could work something out.
It doesn't matter what we work out. We wouldn't make one hyperspace jump before what's left of the Republic was on us.
If you have a way off this station, I can cover our tracks and ensure the Republic is not alerted to our presence.
Well, I may know someone. Works the system on special jobs. He may want to know details, but I might be able to arrange transport.
I've seen the logs. I know you've already asked him and given the details. Once he agrees, I can handle the rest.
Handle the rest? Like how?
When the time comes, I'll contact you via comlink. Maintenance out.
Since when did the maintenance officer grow some horns?
Yeah. This doesn't sound like this is too specific to be a job gone wrong. Because the fact that these droids are killing everyone, and that the only 3 survivors are Anton, Kreia, and us. And Kreia survived by faking her, well, basically appearing dead. Anton was locked up. And we weren't a target.
Almost didn't make it out of the dormitory section before the lockdown, you Merklack. You're cutting a little close, aren't you?
Yes. A regrettable miscalculation on my part. I'm contacting you because I'm picking up a subspace transmission from within that level. Is that your doing?
No, they must be trying to use the old relay system to send an emergency signal. I doubt they know what's really going on.
Hey, this turbo lift's locked down.
Try the code again, and don't worry about the miners and their transmission. By the time help arrives, we'll be all the way to Nar Shaddaa.
Oh, they won't be leaving the dormitories. The explosion within the tunnel has damaged the ventilation systems, causing breaches in the core exhaust conduits.
What? That's going to kill them all!
Not all of them, but I'm sending a number of mining droids to your location right now to correct that problem.
Corda, this turbo lift's locked down. The sequence isn't working.
Keep trying it! You! Why are you doing this? Why me?
You? It was never about you. The Jedi is all that interests me. But then you had to ruin everything by revealing her identity and then trying to harm her. And that I cannot allow. Statement. You are a risk, Corda. You are impulsive, crude, and soon deceased.
It's HK.
Mocking query. Corta, are you dead yet? Smug statement. I believe I forgot to mention that I reversed the turbolift codes. In case you managed to get this far.
So yeah, if you haven't figured it out yet, HK is not on our side. Oh, yeah, if your intelligence is high enough, you can just figure out the code yourself. PK's still messaging me about the end of RE8. So it's 7, 5, 13, 17, 3. It is just a standard number sequence. Actually, I know what it is. I also forgot to do. You have to check the transmission, like they said. That was just me, stupid. The code is basically it's a Morse code sequence where they're doing dot 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 dot. Oh no, it's dot dot. I think it's dot 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 dash x dot dot dash dot 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 XX and dot dot.
We need to make our way to the docking area on this level. I fear the airlock is
basically you can infer what the sequence is because they give you the first two numbers, which is 13, 17, and 13.
A way to escape on the ship
so you can figure out dash is 10, X is 5, and each period is a 2. Kreia is a gray Jedi, so there's no real point in putting a lot into her charisma because of the fact that she doesn't benefit from it. Because she has no penalties. She's also a Jedi Consular, which means she gets a lot of Force powers, and she gets a lot of Force points. You also may notice Kreia does not get the dual wielding ability, like at all. She also has the stealth skill trained. Do with that information what you will. Also, how do I do it? You hit caps lock, you go in first person. But if we switch over to Kreia, because she's blind, you notice that she sees everything slightly differently. The reason is Kreia does not see things naturally. She sees things through the Force. This is useful because, say if there's an enemy stealth, when the effect is normal, she can see stealthed enemies, and she'll actually see a character's Force alignment. So if you're leaning towards the light side, she'll see you as a light side character. If you're leaning towards the dark side, she'll see a dark side character.
What in space is going on? Who's this?
Like, she'll see you as
Another
red.
Jedi? What, did you guys suddenly start breeding when I wasn't looking? Alright. I'm guessing that Republic ship that just docked isn't carrying friends of yours.
I hope your talent for understatement is offset by your skill with a blaster. If not, then I fear our time together will be short indeed.
Yeah, and I'm also good at running and drinking, Your Majesty.
And even if you two aren't big friends of the Republic, that warship's the only way off this station.
Yeah, so Anton will not actually go down. If he runs out of HP, he'll go down for like a minute, not even a minute, like a few seconds, and then he gets right back up at bare minimum health.
Shut down, stay put, and wait for rescue. Correction. I am not here to argue semantics, Master, so I will simply inform you that you are wrong, as were those recently corrected miners. Clarification. Assassin droid is such a crude term, Master, reserved for Durasteel drones uploaded with only the most archaic kill programs. The function I perform has been referred to as wanton slaughter. I prefer to see it as a means of facilitating communication, resulting in the termination of hostilities. Indignant answer. Master, the miners intended to place you in jeopardy. I could not allow that to take place, so I was forced to negotiate a termination of hostilities. After reprogramming the mining droids to mine any organics they perceived, they began to kill the miners one by one. Then a series of flawlessly timed explosions drove the miners into their dormitories, where I was able to gas them all at once without wasting time hunting them through the mining tunnels. I then administered a large dose of sedatives to the remaining miners in the med bay, enough to kill them, but ensure you slept peacefully. Of course, against my calculations, you awakened from your tank prematurely. I am ashamed by the inconvenience that caused for both of us. Resignation. Very well, Master. If inflicting pain is the only means to resolve this matter, then you leave me no choice.
For this HK encounter, for HK50 here, just make sure that you deal with those mines, and then focus on him. HK50 is going to be one of the most powerful enemies you will face up to this point in the game. Make sure you loot his remains, as you can pick up the HK vocabulator. That is a very important drop. There are multiple pieces of HK scattered throughout the game. You are going to need to find them all. The most reliable way to find an HK piece is to kill an HK50. Because yes, there's more than one. There are basically two tracked collectibles in this game. HK50 parts
You sense no one on board? Sense any assassin droids creeping up behind us like last time?
Everyone here has been slain.
We're drawing a blank here. Oh yeah.
No carbon scoring, no blaster fire.
Yeah.
This place has been hit by assassins of a different sort.
Then what are we doing on this ship? We were better off
the other
in
ones
the
are your
facility.
Jedi.
You two are supposed to be Jedi? You two are the worst Jedi I've ever met.
Have you met many?
Oh, and go where? If the assassin machine was correct, then we cannot reach the hangar. Be silent. I need some time to think.
Look, I don't mean to cast another shadow on this, but even if you could reach the ship you came in on, it wouldn't matter. You'll need the orbital drift charts to clear the Paragus asteroid field, unless you want to have the shortest flight out of Paragus ever recorded. Well, of course they have the asteroid drift charts in their Navicomputer. They'd have to. Well, we'd have to get to the bridge, well, that's the biggest problem I can see.
That is a sound plan for the moment. Let us go. Our enemies...
All right, but this won't end well.
So yeah, there is influence you gain with the characters, with the party members. So the higher your influence, this will unlock their quest lines, which eventually get them their prestige classes. Kreia is the only one who doesn't have a prestige class, as she's already a Jedi Consular. Let's go with the part. I have more of those. There we go. We now got the drift charts. Make sure you get those. I don't believe you can leave here without them. Yeah, it's honestly really easy. If you have your settings properly set up, you may notice something once we go to certain points. So usually, if I remember correctly, the trigger is opening doors and walking into rooms. Yep, there they are. Now we're dealing with Sith assassins. Yeah, the Sith assassins, if I remember correctly, typically don't drop anything, but they only will spawn once you enter certain rooms and like basically certain points in said rooms. If you have the effect for like the speed blur turned off for speed, it also disables. It's why they have that weird yellow effect going on for their stealth. I'm gonna go with this because I'm not using strength, though. Those Gamorrean gloves are really good for strength builds. What is the downside? Only when unarmed. Actually, no, they're still good for me because they enhance my damage rolls. Right now, the combat's gonna be a little bit of a drag just because of the fact like we don't have a lot of like AoE attacks.
The word. I hear you.
Everyone down!
Yeah, the only two mods I am running are, one mod is of course, the Restored Content mod. The other mod is one that allows you to recruit, all of the party members. Because there's one party member exclusive to each gender. I personally find the character you recruit as a male character to be more interesting. Just because of her connection to another character. Who I have words to talk about.
This shall not stop us for long. I will silence
I'd recommend checking every container here on the Harbinger because there's some really good, there could be some really good loot here. This is the first area where the, all the boxes, if I'm correct, are 100% randomized. In my practice file, when I was making sure that I was writing to make sure the mods I have were working, well, the only mod I had to check to make sure it was working was the mod that lets me recruit both characters. The restored content mod, I knew for a fact was gonna work.
This shall not stop us for long.
I hear you.
Yes.
I'm gonna try to save my. So here's the thing. When it comes to leveling your characters, you're better off going in the reverse of what you did in Knights 1. So as I mentioned, Knights 1, you wanted to level up as little as possible on Taurus, so that way you could use more of those levels towards being a Jedi. With Knights 2, on the other hand, you want to do it the reverse, not for your character, but for the party. Save their levels for their prestige classes.
Are you all right?
This was your room? When?
We do not have much time. Whatever you intend to do, do it quickly.
Let's see. So this will be, this locker contains our supplies, which will always have your armband, a data pad, and everything else is random. The armband will give you a +1 to your constitution, which there's a lot more items like that in this game that just give you raw stat boosts. Actually, might as well just go with the mine. The door. Oh no, I can't because it's I was dumb because these doors can't be opened with the sonic mines because they are, well, sonic mines. That isn't good for me. It'll be useful for another character later. Hey, friend. Yeah, you can already see why I love having a high charisma in this game, because the force attacks are so good, and the fact that you work with them from the very start of the game, it's pretty fucking good. I'm still going to be picking up, like, some of the skills we had back in the last game, like Force Wave, and, I've already picked up, Force Heal, of course. Let's see, what do I want to do now? I could go with Force Whirlwind, but, since I get a Force Power every level, it's okay for me to just hold off on upgrading, my Force Powers. I'd rather have Force Lightning at this point because of the fact that it's guaranteed to hit everyone. Oh, any enemy nearby.
More where that came from.
I'd rather fight as many of these assassins as I can because of the fact that I'm getting a lot of experience for them. What are my stats currently looking like? A reflex save of 10, 13 constitution. So yeah, the only thing that are getting bonuses right now are my reflex and my con. My will saves are garbage. Oh my god, I'm Voss and Lich's characters in the Wrath campaign. This tank is a good little checkpoint to heal up. Check the camera recordings. So they had him here. Yeah, he looks fucking dead. Yeah, one of the other things I got really lucky with on my my practice file was, I think I said it, but I don't remember. I found one of the best vibro blades in the game in a random plus steel container. Oh, excuse me. And I pretty much used that until I got to the end, and well, until I got to my lightsaber, which wasn't too much further. You can change the AI behavior on the field, and I'm just gonna leave Kreia as Jedi support just because she's a consular. She's got better what's it called? Why am I drawing a blank here? She's got better force abilities. Let's see here. You know what, I'll use this for a bit. Just because, like, for
I hear you.
majority of the game, I will be dual wielding. So showing off some other weapon types until then will be a good idea, just to mix things up. Turbo lift is where we need to go, but I believe there's one more area we could get stuff. Yep, there you go. There they are.
More where that came from.
Yeah, so if you go around with the and listen to... Ooh, there we go. Vibroblade. Let's go. Yeah, if you go around and listen to some of the terminals, it'll tell you that something's up with the protocol droids, and the only one that they have is the HK unit that they found that came with us. HK-50 went around and sabotaged all of the Republic protocol droids that were on this ship.
I have a bad feeling about this. Don't you feel it? Something's gonna get real wrong real quick. Alright, but don't say... Trust me. When it comes to staying alive, I'm rarely wrong about these things.
Yeah, Anton is the second warning system for when things are gonna get bad. If he stops you and says, I have a bad feeling, save your game if this is your first playthrough. I don't need to right now because I know what's coming up. It's not that bad, but this is a good way to introduce it. Because force precognition only really helps for you seeing into a room. His are gut feelings, though, for events.
I came to warn you, Jedi. You know not what path you walk.
This battle is mine alone. I am not defenseless.
He cannot kill what he cannot see, and power has blinded him long ago. Run! I shall be along shortly.
Oh, I don't think I got lucky this time. I didn't really get anything too good. But you know what? That's just how it comes. Sometimes you get really good stuff, other times you get really bad stuff. Oh, that only works on heavy armor. Actually, let's see here. Let's switch over to Anton and have him use the workbench. Because he's got a higher... oh no, wrong one. He's got a higher security stat than me. So he should be able... Nah. Let's see what I can do. Nah, basics all I could create right now. Worth a try. Cause yeah, what you can create at these terminals is dependent on the character using it. I mean, do that. Upgrade. The Vibroblade can use a cell, so it's gonna have a lot more damage. Was it that room or this room? I'm trying to remember which room has the chance, has a bunch of boxes that I can open. I think it's this one. Let's see, some sonic grenades. Come on, give me something good. Another vibroblade, which I won't complain about because that's just gonna make getting through the rest of this area a lot easier. Because now I have a bunch of ion damage. I was gonna say, it's been nice going through these older RPGs. Also, one.
All right, but
Okay.
I know I'm gonna regret this.
I was about to say, please don't be the audio glitch.
I sense you, my master. Faint, weak.
Your senses betray you, as you betrayed me.
After all that's happened, still you live. You are difficult to kill.
For one as limited as you, perhaps. To have fallen so far and learned nothing, that is your failing.
The failure is yours. No longer do your whispers crawl within my skull. No longer do I suffer beneath teachings that weaken us. And now you run in search of the Jedi. They are all dead, save one. And one broken Jedi cannot stop the darkness that is to come.
Perhaps we shall see.
What's wrong? Are you all right? Damn it, hold on. It's only a little farther. Don't give up on me now. What happened to you? You look fine. Come on. We need to keep moving.
Once we get off
It's a utility
progress, I'm
droid.
gonna
Looks like it's been
take
hit
a
with an ion
break.
charge and dumped here.
Yeah, so T3 can do two things. T3 can act as a mobile workbench, but also create computer spikes. Basically you can use them to get up to a certain amount. You could, much like HK back in the last game, you can repair T3M4, and he'll get permanent boosts to various stats. The fuck?
I hear you.
The only thing is, though, the repairs can only be used by the protagonist's stats. That's the reason why it's kind of useful to pick up the repair and computer skills.
Everyone down!
You're gonna stay on your own landmine, I'm just gonna blow it the fuck up. Yeah, there isn't much left in Paragus. I mean, if I was skipping through all the dialogue, I could have gone through this a lot faster. I do get why there are people who do skip Paragus. It is not the best planet in the game, but it mostly just serves to introduce you to Add-on Kreia and T3M4. And it does serve a really good purpose in getting your character, like, set up. I mean, we're already level 10, and we haven't even left this planet. And we haven't left Paragus yet. My goal is, by the time we get access to, free roam the galaxy, I want to have, my character at level 15. Because before we set out into the greater galaxy, if I have all of my, if I'm working on my prestige class, I'm gonna be set. Yeah, there's just, I will say though, comparing the, opening levels of both games. So I'm going to be comparing this to Taurus with the Ender Spire, because the Ender Spire is like a minor, it's like a scenario area, versus this one, which is like, this is, well, yes, this is a pretty linear scenario. It's still a whole facility. I think Taurus is a more interesting planet, but I do think that this one has more opportunities to level up. And leads more towards actually using your character's skills and improving them. If you get an idea here of like at least what each of your skills is going to be for, you get an idea of like you have plenty of opportunities to mess around with the different weapon types. Also, one other thing you can do now in this game, when you go to use a med pack, you can use a med pack on other characters. So, like, say, you're your protagonist and you want to use the med pack on Atson, you can. And that way it will roll your treat injury stat instead of Atson's. So, this is very useful for characters who have a bad treat injury stat. I have them, might as well use them. I'm thinking by the time we get off of Paragus, I'm going to be possibly level 11. No, it's the audio glitch. Let's save that really quick. Let's see if loading will fix it, if I have to reset the whole game.
What is it?
Yeah, he's basically, as I was saying, the door's locked and can't be opened. T3 was saying, pointing out this with the, piece we found when we were in the conduit with him. There's a lot of encounters in this early section where it will probably end up just being Atson alive. Because, you know, he can't die. I do suggest knowing your keyboard shortcuts for this game, at least for the force powers and the med packs. In particular for the med packs, because this way, if you're like, it saves you some time if you know the key. Huh. Or T3 could just fucking go for it. Okay. No repairing, bad. Hey, I was right. Level 11. Now I've also got my first lightsaber form, which I can't use yet. Those are gonna be useful when we actually get our lightsaber. So, each of the forms will actually help you out when dealing with certain, numbers of enemies, there's one that's just really good for force powers. This is the style we're gonna be using for the majority of the opening segments of the game. Since, I don't believe these styles affect my, vibroblades. Let me double check that, actually. If there's a way. It might actually be active. Let me see here if it affects. Okay, yep. So I just had to check the code, check to see. So the way that the lightsaber forms work are you need at least one lightsaber. T3, you're up. Was later in the, if we were a higher level and had access to improved heal, I would have just ran it, but also bonus experience for shutting down the ventilation system. My goal with today's stream is I would like to have my lightsaber, and which I know how to get the lightsaber really easy. I also will say this, there's going to be some, unlike Knights 1 where I was getting dark side points by accident, there are some dark side points I will be getting on purpose this one, just because of the fact the rewards are too good. Okay, that's everything. Once you board the Ebon Hawk, you can never come back to Paragus. I mean, why would you want to come back here? There's nothing really that's like special about this planet. No, about this asteroid. Also, welcome to I think the only turret section in the game. You're trying to stop Sith from getting aboard the Ebon Hawk. Don't worry if too many get on board. Just means you're just gonna have to fight them. It's not a bad idea, but God, it really... It's the main issue I have with that whole sequence is the fact that like when the Sith are dying, they keep each shots. To be honest, I don't mind them boarding just because experience. They're worth 150 a pop, which not a whole bunch, but it adds up early in the game. Because this whole battle, that was 8 Sith troopers, each worth 150. That was 1,200 experience right there.
There is no time. We must leave.
And yeah, that's why Kreia cannot learn any of the dual wield traits. Feats, because she cannot dual wield. She loses her hand.
If they hit us, we're dead. But if they keep missing us, we're dead. It's great odds. Somebody shut that trash compactor up.
What are the asteroids? They can be destroyed by us as well as them, can they not?
That'll take out the whole field, the colony, and maybe us. We might not even be able to jump to hyperspace in time.
Then we die here. Choose now.
Hold on. This is gonna get a little rocky.
No matter what choice you make, the end results are the same. But I believe if you choose to destroy the asteroids, you get dark side points.
Well, now that we just killed a planet, maybe one of you can tell me what's going on.
Because between assassin droids, a Sith Lord that looks like he sleeps with vibroblades, and being target practice for a Republic warship, I was better off in my cell.
The Republic warship was the Harbinger. It was seized on its way to Telos by the Sith. They sought you, Jedi. That is not an easy question to answer. This threat is greater than you know, and I do not believe it is a battle that can be fought.
Look, enough with the we already.
We cannot hope to triumph against them alone. To stop them, you will need weapons, allies, and a teacher. In the end, I fear it may not be enough. You fought in the Mandalorian Wars, and it cost you everything. Are you willing to sacrifice as much again? You are not listening to me. This is not like any field of battle you have ever fought in. Think carefully on your choice. If you choose to fight, if you choose war, it is a path few turn from once the first steps are taken. It carries with it a terrible price. And in the end, you may find you have nothing left to sacrifice. Like so many Jedi, you hear, but you do not listen. You have much to learn. Because you are the last of the Jedi. Once you are
How am I
dead,
the
then
last?
you have won. Whatever lies you tell yourself are
But
of no
I'm not.
consequence.
I'm in
The
exile.
Sith believe you to be a Jedi Knight, and that is all that matters. The Jedi Civil War destroyed the Jedi. By the war's end, barely 100 Jedi remained. Many fell in battle, and many more were seduced by Revan's teachings.
So things got worse after the Battle of the Starforge.
The Jedi Academy on Dantooine is nothing more than a crater that echoes with the ghosts of dead Jedi. And the Jedi Temple on Coruscant lies empty. The waters in the Room of 1,000 Fountains have fallen still, in reverence to the fallen Jedi and those now lost. Many Jedi blamed the teachings of the Jedi Masters for Revan's fall, and the civil war that followed. Perhaps, but they are Jedi no longer. If the Sith have not already slain them, then they will not help you, nor can you help them. Yes, to aid in the recovery effort there. Many roads lead to Telos, including ours.
Not like we have much of a choice, the Paragus astrogation charts being what they are.
It is where we must go, and where the Harbinger was bound before our unfortunate encounter on Paragus. You were difficult to find, but coincidence was on our side. When I learned that you were on the vessel, I knew the Sith would not be far behind. When we intercepted the Harbinger, it was crippled, drifting in space. It was a simple matter to board the vessel and rescue you. Unknown to me, however, the Sith were already on board. Just as we made the jump to hyperspace, they fired upon us, nearly destroying the Ebon Hawk. My wound pains me. If you have other questions, find me in the crew quarters. There we will speak more.
Hey, don't stop your long, boring rants on my account. I was just getting sleepy-eyed.
Also in private, we will be mercifully free from the opinions of imbeciles and fools.
Look, not like I care or anything, but you might want to go check on our passenger, especially with that hand of hers.
That brings the end honestly, say the T3M4 section is the prologue, I disagree with it. So, okay, talk about the openings of Knights 1 versus Knights 2. Knights 1's prologue is the Endar Spire. Knights 2's prologue is everything with T3M4. Paragus and Taurus are the equivalents to each other. I do think Taurus drags on a little bit with the swoop race and everything with the lower city, the upper city. Paragus is a much more tight, like, you're in, you're out, you know, you have your goal, which was to, you know, get off the station, and you uncover the mystery of what happened and why you were the target. I think it does a lot more setup for your character, which makes sense, as Knights 2, you have a character who has a backstory, who remembers their story, unlike Knights 1, where your story was fake until you learn the plot twist. And it also introduces the new HK series that are trying to kill us. Speaking of, before I step out to go switch over my laundry, we open this low security door. Hello, old friend. Welcome. Say hello to HK-47. It still carries a charge, but a number of parts are missing. Yeah, there are 4 components missing: the processor, the chassis, control cluster, and the vocabulator. So yeah, as we go through the game, we're going to be finding the rest of the HK-47 parts. There is an opportunity for one on the next planet, and if you play your cards right, you get 2 on the planet I go to after the next planet. But for now, we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go do some laundry. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Not only did I do what I needed to get done, I also grabbed some gamer subs to drink. Please sponsor me. I am kidding. I have never actually had a sponsorship. I don't think I ever will. Oh fuck, it's this again. Okay, so yeah, the audio is glitched, so what we were talking about was when she lost her hand, we felt it. This is the Force Chain ability. Yeah. So, normally when a Force ability is used... Give me a second, let me save and get the audio fixed again. Yeah, so normally, like, for example, Force Speed only affects you. But if Kreia is in your party, it affects you and Kreia. This makes it pretty useful to have Kreia, like, stay out of combat and have her just cast the support skills to buff your character. But, I don't find her to be the most useful.
What a surprise. Just so you Jedi know, the whole cryptic routine isn't mysterious, it's just irritating. If you really can see the future, you should be at the Bazak table. You got a point. How old do you think she is, anyway? She may have been good-looking once, but it takes some hard living to make creases like that. Hey, I just got out of prison. If we had a decent navicomputer, trust me, we'd be dropping out of hyperspace into the Nar Shaddaa Red Sector right now.
After spacing that old witch, of course.
Like we have a choice?
It's the only place Paragus had logged in their astrogation charts.
Well, if you thought Paragus was dead, then Telos is a dying world they're trying to breathe back to life.
Should be there before too long.
You can check our course on the galaxy map if you want. It's on the wall behind you.
Sorry about that. Dogs were barking.
So, what happened? Don't give me that. There were plenty of times back on Paragus where lightsaber would have been helpful. So where's yours?
Oh yeah? I thought a Jedi was supposed to be married to their lightsaber. Guess I heard wrong. Were you a single hilt or one of those double-bladed Jedi?
Single.
Huh. Figures. It wasn't red, was it?
This doesn't have any greater effect on the story outside of a cutscene. Yeah, the answer you give is the crystal is redder than a Lagrix eye. Both the blade and crystal were unique, or it's been so long I've forgotten.
Yeah, unique how?
You could say it was blue, indicating you as a guardian. Green, indicating you as a consular. Yellow, indicating you as a sentinel. Violet, like Hurricane's gems in the sunset. Orange, like Hasak's sun. Viridian blade, one the Jedi Order had never seen before. And silver, like the streams of in the room of 1,000 fountains on Coruscant.
Must have been something. Sure be nice to have it now. Might make those Sith think twice before coming after us. Alright, forget I said anything. Like I said before, you can check our course on the galaxy map.
So the only place we can go to right now is Telos. And as he said, this is a dying world. So the story behind Telos as a planet is, it was one of the planets bombed by Malak. Telos and Taurus are both, critical for the Republic going forward, because they're proofs of concept.
Attention, this is Citadel Station Bay Control, Dock Module 126. Please remain where you are. Lieutenant Dahlgren will arrive shortly to meet you. That is all.
I don't like the sound of that. If they think we caused the explosion... Uh-oh. Here comes the welcoming party. They may not know what happened, so don't blow it.
I'm Lieutenant Gren, Telos Security Force. I'm under orders to take you into custody in regards to the destruction of the Paragus mining facility.
Of course, of course. Are we under arrest?
You haven't been formally charged, but you will be placed under house arrest pending the results of our investigation. Due to the nature of the investigation, I have no specific timetable to offer you. In the meantime, your ship and any droids will have to be given over for safekeeping. Yes, that includes you. You are a droid, so you will be detained. In addition, we will have to take your personal arms and armor until the completion of our inquiry.
Hold on. Is there any way to get our gear back?
If you are cleared of any involvement, your personal effects will be returned.
Yeah, as I said, that makes sense.
You will be held briefly in the TSF station until living quarters can be arranged, at which point you will be placed under house arrest. Do you understand?
We'll cooperate. We cannot fight an entire station.
Please follow me.
Tell me I'm not going to jail again.
You're going to jail again, Atson. Shut the fuck up. I actually do like Atson as a character when we get more into his story. But we'll go over that later.
You will be held here briefly. Living quarters are being arranged for you and your companions
as
we speak. Someone will return shortly to escort you to an apartment in residential module 082.
I don't know what's going on with the resolution here, but okay.
Well, we might be here for a while. Might as well get comfortable.
Someone is coming. So this is the last of the Jedi. I must admit, I'm a little disappointed. Jedi or no, you're the one I am pledged to kill. There is no mistake.
I'm curious about that. What are people with
exchange is a bounty on Jedi?
I have thought about doing another MMO.
The exchange, huh? I'm pretty sure some 2-bit pistol jockey like yourself isn't one of them.
Hey, I'm more than skilled enough to work the exchange.
You bounty hunters couldn't even win a fair fight. You're the cheapest, most worthless mercenary scum in the galaxy. I'd hire a Mandalorian over your filth in a second.
Honestly,
No
same.
Mandalorian
Mandalorians
could match
most of
my
the time
skills.
operate with honor,
No
depending on the
Mandalorian could
clan.
have been clever enough to infiltrate this station, taken the identity of one of the guards, then...
Then what? Overloaded our force cage fields and made it look like an accident? You probably don't even have the guts to fight me. Pathetic.
Don't think overloading your cages had not occurred to me. You're wanted alive, but I doubt anyone will care as long as I bring them your corpse. The security cameras have mysteriously shorted out. There will be no witnesses to your escape attempt, during which I'll have been forced to kill you. By the time the TSF realize I'm not one of them, I will be far from this place. Come, Jedi. It is time to die.
Hey, leave her alone. You want to fight? Then try me, if you've got the guts.
You have goaded me once, and you shall not do so twice. But I shall dispose of all of you eventually. And an old woman, a fool, and a broken Jedi are no match to my skills.
He wants to make it look like an escape attempt, which, you know what, I get that. But... yeah, he doesn't got this. Especially because I'm a Jedi Guardian. I have unarmed combat.
What's going on here?
Man down! Quick! Call a medic!
All right, Jedi. I want you to back up slowly. Hands in front of you. Into the force cage. Cooperate, and we won't have to gun you down.
Come on, Lieutenant. They've already killed... who is that? Is that Batu Rem?
Rem's no assassin.
Batu Rem is on leave. He shouldn't even be on the station. This man isn't him. That's something we're going to have to look into. I can tell you that it can't have been easy. We've arranged for an apartment in residential module 082. You'll stay there under house arrest until our investigation of the progress matter is complete. You'll be under TSF protection. I'll personally clear any visitors to your quarters, and we'll investigate this incident to the best of our ability. Officer, get Lieutenant Yima a report of this incident. She'll look into this. The rest of you come with me. We'll escort you to the apartment in 082 immediately.
I will say something also with this game, with the Jedi robes, they've gone more into what we would see in the movies at the time.
Quarters for the
like
duration of your house
from
arrest.
the at the time it was
the
the
stationed
prequels.
outside at all times. Again, I'll clear any visitors. There won't be another incident.
But just to be on the safe side, why don't you leave us a blaster or two?
I can't say. We have a ship examining what's left of the Paragus facility now, so your stay might be brief. We'll keep you informed.
Now, this is a step up from a force cage, at least.
If there are any problems, we'll use the wall terminal to contact you.
Thank you.
Let's go.
This isn't good. We've got to get off this station. What do you think the TSF is going to find at Paragus? That could bring the Sith... You know what? Forget it. As long as we're trapped here, it doesn't matter.
If they investigated, the Sith could follow them and
stay
get back
in
here.
Any one place too long.
Bounty Hunter's already
But our
found me,
path
so...
has brought us here for a reason. I must meditate on this. In the meantime, we should rest.
Yeah, you go ahead and meditate. As for me, I could use some sleep.
Our first phone call.
Excuse me, you have a caller. Moza, representing the Ithorian planet restoration interests on Telos. Lieutenant Grenz cleared him if you'd like to speak with him. Very
Send him
well.
in.
I'll let him in now.
So these two calls, you're gonna get two calls while you're here. One is gonna be for the light side storyline, the other is for the dark side. I am gonna, of course, go with the light side storyline. Yes, the restoration project is they're trying to restore the planet's life after the bombardment. And Zerka is barring them. As I mentioned, this and Taurus are very important because of the fact, they are test beds. If they are they're proof of concepts. If these work, then they can use it for the other planets that have been devastated by the Sith. You can heal us. So yeah, this is actually the benefit about helping the Ithorians. Besides them being the light side path, they also give you some
Shoda Habat should turn his
bonuses.
eyes to his own people, if they truly suffer so. Now perhaps we will be able to rest uninterrupted.
This call will be from Zerka. This is going to be the
we should get back to bed.
Dark side plot line, but I don't particularly care. I'd rather help the Ithorians. I've never done a dark side playthrough of this game.
Explain something to me.
Dark side for this
I do
game
not
gets
have
kind of
the years
brutal.
required, nor the desire to indulge you.
If she served in the war, well, Jedi are supposed to be tough, capable.
Yes, and what are they without the Force? Take the greatest Jedi Knight, strip away the Force, and what remains? They rely on it, depend on it more than they know. Watch as one tries to hold a blaster, as they try to hold a lightsaber, and you will see nothing more than a woman, or a man, a child.
But to lose so much, I guess I didn't realize how much they relied on it.
Do not be surprised. In many ways, even you are more capable than a Jedi. You could survive where they could not simply because you do not hear the Force as they do. It is irony of a sort, and it is why I tolerate your presence now.
But such loss of ability, for a Jedi, it seems so extreme.
She has been gone from war some time. It is conflict that strengthens us, and isolation that weakens us, erodes us. Add to that she turned away from war, did all that she could to forget it, and the last piece clicks into place. But we have spoken enough of this, and we do her a disservice by not speaking of this while she is present.
I've come to inform you that the Talosian government has completed its inspection of what's left of the Paragus facility. It appears that the Harbinger had indeed been present, though it was gone when our ships arrived and was responsible for the station's destruction. Logs recovered from the facility's wreckage indicated that the miners perished as a result of sabotage, which began while you and your companions were either incapacitated or incarcerated. As such, you are to be released from house arrest. However, the Republic is sending its own ship. They have insisted that you remain on station for the duration of their search.
The sojourn is already en route, likely not more than a few standard days. Feel free to use these quarters during your stay. The vessel's IND is complete. Please visit the TSF station and entertainment module 081 to complete the necessary paperwork at the front desk.
The Ebon Hawk should be transferred from the impound docks by the time you're free to leave. After filling out the paperwork, it'll be transferred with your ship along with your confiscated weapons and armor.
Well, now what? We can't just stick around. We need to find a way off this station. Whether it's the Ebon Hawk or some other ship. We could hit Nar Shaddaa, maybe. If you've got people coming after you, it's where you go to get lost in the crowd. Hey, everyone needs to get lost once in a while. Get away from something, you know? It's no big deal.
Now let's just get moving. So we'll get our weapons and armor back. We're gonna be going basically back and forth a lot on this planet. First thing we're going to do is, well, there's one thing we're going to do immediately.
That didn't look like an accident to me or my associate here. It looked like you wanted to make a fool of him. Not even an apology. That won't do at all. This Sulluston here had a few things to say about us that we didn't take to so well. We're just trying to work out our differences. This doesn't have anything to do with you, stranger. Just move. Yeah? Or what? You're gonna teach me a lesson? Go ahead. I hate your kind anyways. Keep your nose in your own business. Then you shouldn't have got...
The good thing is this is actually going to be a 4v2 because the guard who's right there, they started the fight.
Time to even the odds.
The audio glitch again. I don't get why that's happening. But it does show what I was talking about during Nights 1. That's not a glitch that Asper created, it's just a pre-existing glitch. I think it's in every version besides the... I don't remember ever seeing it in the Xbox build. I don't get why it happens. It's old spaghetti code. What? Don't make me have to reset the whole game. Yeah, okay. I have to reset the whole. I'll try returning to menu first, and then see if that fixes it. Okay, yeah, I have to reset the whole game. Gotta hide my desktop. Don't want future projects getting revealed. So, welcome back to Swoop Bikes. They are exactly the same as before. Just now they can jump. There is a glitch where if you quit right as you hit one of the walls, it will just give you that as a clear time. Seconds. It's a long for, so that might be enough. I'm not sure. Yep, swoop champion of the Citadel. There we go. Free 500 credits. And because I did that in my first shot, I lost nothing. Just profit. How much credits do I have? 3,000. Not a lot, but I at least have some money to work with.
Welcome to entertainment. I will call up the approach. One moment. One moment.
What do you mean, gone?
It seems the Ebon Hawk was transferred to Telos' surface instead of an impound dock. However, both the requester and the point of delivery are unknown. In addition, the vessel is not showing up at any government-sanctioned landing site. I would conjecture that it has been stolen, and the TSF records have been illegally accessed and modified.
I knew it! That stupid T3 unit stole our ship. It's probably joyriding through the system right now, laughing at us. Laughing at me.
That is unlikely. While your utility droid is not accounted for, numerous satellites track all incoming and outgoing vessels. There is no record of the Ebon Hawk leaving the system.
Wait, you're saying the ship's actually somewhere on Telos' surface? I don't understand. Telos' atmosphere is highly corrosive outside the shielded restoration zones. Where else could someone land safely?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid that's all the information I have for you. Of course, the quarters and residential module OA2 will remain yours until the situation is resolved. Fortunately, your possessions were kept in the armory and were uncompromised. I will open the door for you so that you may retrieve them. You will find them in the security lockers.
So, we've got a problem. Let's go through all the lockers, see what we can get. This is... anything that says detainee locker will have some of your gear from the mining station. And the TFS lockers are, will be new gear. Yep. This will at least cover me armor-wise until I get some actual armor. Those lockers can sometimes contain some really good gear. I'm kind of sad that they didn't in this run. Holy fuck! So you can't use that unless you are, like, an expert in blaster rifles.
I hear you.
Which Anton can't even get. So the only person on the party right now who can use that blast rifle is us. In here we have 2 merchants we could buy from.
So
let me shop. I don't care about you 2 fighting. Yeah, there's a chance that they can have some decent weapons. For one thing, you notice that the eyeball was the Barondel Novice Robes, as well as the Zabrak Vibroblade. Which, here's the thing. Yes, the Zabrak Vibroblade, you may notice, has less damage potential, but it naturally has the finesse perk on it, and it also has +2 unstoppable. So it's got a little bit more bonuses. Let's see here. Ooh, this is the one I really want. Let's see here. Oh, that's 4,000. Shit. Let me see what I can sell. See, I want this just because of the fact, you can see a defense bonus of 3, max dex bonus of 4, counts as light armor, and it does not restrict force powers. I'm gonna sell the plasma projector. Actually, no. I'm gonna keep it because I just realized, no, I could give it to HK-47. Sell the sonic grenades. I don't really use them too much. The Gamorrean war gloves. Let's see what else I could sell. How much do I need for that robe? 4,000 even, so. And I'll sell some of the repair kits I've got. Just because, I'm going with these robes just because, look at those bonuses! The only thing is, they're not upgradable, but... which is the thing that this one has over it. But, let's see, what is it? Yeah, I'm getting a +2 to Dex, Con, and Strength, with a defense bonus of 1. So now with this, yeah, look at that. I'm getting a bunch of bonuses from this. Jedi robes are just so much better in this game because of the fact not only do they provide defense now, they also provide other stat bonuses. Because that was the thing that sucked about armor in the first game. It was only used for defense bonuses. It did not provide any other benefit. But in this game, because of the fact that now they can provide things like defense and stat bonuses, they're a lot more valuable. Yes, can you not tell by my robes? When we get later into the game, I'm gonna wear the armor versions just because of the fact once we get higher stats and we can make better underlays and overlays, that we get some crazy results.
Your speech is filled with maybes and perhaps. You are bold to make promises of healing while the world under your care burns and dies. You may be able to help, but there is always a price, is there not?
Yeah, so they need help with Zerka, but they're not a violent group. So basically, they want us to act as muscle. They could tell, there's something up with the Exile in terms of their force sensitivity. I don't want to reveal it because it is a plot twist. Yes, it is a 2-decade-old game, but I generally like to stream and play these games under the assumption that people have never seen them before. And I honestly do believe Knights of the Old Republic, it still holds up as like some of my favorites. Star Wars games. Hold on a second. My dogs are barking. Oh, that was weird. I should have mentioned, this game is definitely not made with windowed mode in mind. Yeah, I had to go deal with my dogs. They're barking at nothing. Well, not barking at nothing. They're barking at any dog that walks by my house. So, you know, being dogs. Yeah. Pretty much this entire area's story is going to be going from this end of the station back to the either Zerka or the I'm not interested. This is another opportunity to switch between the two sides if you want. Might as well give Kreia a sword just so she's a little bit more useful in a fight. The only other gear Kreia can equip is why am I drawing a blank here? Is Jedi robes, but it does not affect her appearance.
I'm glad you're here.
Excuse me, Master, but it seems we have some additional visitors.
Time to take you down the side. More where that came from. Time to even the odds.
Master, one of the assailants was carrying this. Actually, Master, it appears that it has a number of illegal modifications.
We get the modified holdout blaster, which is part of a quest line involving figuring this out. We already know it's someone with the exchange. You can pursue that if you want. I am gonna go with improved 2-weapon fighting. And improved battle meditation. I forgot. I almost forgot. You have to talk to the droid. Do not forget to talk to the fucking droid. I once ran all the way back to the Athorian compound and realized I had to talk to the fucking droid.
I am yours to command, Master. I shall do so now, Master Habak. Farewell, and farewell to you as well.
I do like how there's a lot more emphasis on the exchange in this game. They were briefly mentioned in Knights 1. They don't really serve too much of a role. That's just because all the factions, like the major player factions, are still operating in the shadows. Which is something I love about Knights 2. It's not, you know, all-out war. It's a shadow war. We've got the Sith operating in the background. The Jedi are all hiding. And everyone's kind of just trying to stab each other with daggers. I believe you get one of the same rewards from... I don't know what the rewards from Zerka are, but I believe both end in giving you a very crucial reward for your character. Because, fun little fact about Knights 2. When it comes to the items that appear in this game, in Knights 1, you didn't start collecting lightsabers.
I do not approve of this alliance being
Back off!
formed with Chodo Habat and his Ithorians. Nonetheless, you should heed my advice. Habat has an agenda.
Of course he
hopes to tie
fucking
you
does.
into it to use you to his own ends.
Doesn't.
Be that as it may, it would be best if you avoided such needless entanglements. You are too valuable to be caught up in the struggles of this planet. True, he may be able to help us locate the Ebon Hawk, but still, you must be vigilant.
Ah, so you must be the Jedi everyone's been whispering about. No more trouble with the TSF, I hope? I guess you haven't heard the popular rumors then? Jedi or not, you're the talk of the station. Everyone from the TSF to Zerka Corporation is curious about you. You haven't been on Citadel Station long, have you? Let me introduce myself. I'm Benok, the man in charge of Lopak Slusk's protection. You do know who Lopak Slusk is, don't you? The two gentlemen with me are Matu and Nahata, Slusk's finest men. Other than me, of course.
Oh, leave the woman alone, Benok. I bet she'd come out on top if you fought.
Now, Luxa, I meant no disrespect. You're probably Slusk's strongest woman.
It's your skin, Benok. Just warning you, Slusk could easily replace you.
And I doubt you could cause any. Trading jabs with Luxa is hardly the entertainment I was looking for. Let's go.
We're actually here to talk to Luxa.
Hello there. I handle Vice. You know, spice, gambling, the good things in life. For the local exchange boss, Lopak Slusk. Don't worry, I won't make a move on you. That Squid and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. You being one of them. Look, are you really Jedi? Exactly. This exchange bounty has nothing to do with you. But Slusk, my boss, won't listen to me. Still, you seem a very capable sort. Tell me, are you a capable sort? Good. I like that in a woman. So here it is. Help me with Lopak Slusk, and I'll keep the exchange off your back. And find your missing ship. I can get you into the exchange suites in Residential 082. They're west of the entrance. More than a few of the guards are in my pocket, so there shouldn't be too much resistance inside. When Slusk's out of the way, I'll clear up this bounty matter and get your ship back. Deal? We'll speak again then. Best of luck, beautiful.
You don't really have much of a choice right now, but I trust her about as far as I could throw her. What are you looking at, dog? Hey, look at you, crotchety old man. Have a dog. Oh, no, you just want to look at my face. I see how it is. There you go. I have my crotchety old man dog right here. Hold on a second. I apologize for that. The dogs are just being insane.
No sukama rondisi renti. Manama kropa putani tris. Dosokanki. Jiso maranesh insando krapa moletek. Maramana chiso lucharaka. Tinachara. Granacha. Ganowiso to torando krani. Terando nash we wana hoto.
I'm sorry. One dog's losing his mind. It's getting everyone else riled up and getting them all panicked and barking because I think because people are walking by.
I'm terribly sorry, but there must be some sort of mistake. Well, if... Very well. What was your name? Excuse me, Lopak Slusk's appointment has arrived. Please open the inner door. There you are. Have a good day.
You pass the persuasion check, you don't have to fight through the guards until you get into the inner room.
With
Where that came from?
This isn't a particularly hard encounter. The main thing that could be a bit rough is just going in, because you got back-to-back fights. Oh, please send more droids after me. It's not like I'm an expert at dealing with droids at this point. Yeah, that's all I want. Just leave the Ithorians alone and stop trying to collect a bounty on me, because I'm not a fucking Jedi. I'm an exile.
Slusk. I may have had a hand in this, yes? I guess it's just like they say.
Yeah, I'm not really here to kill any of them. I just used her to get into here so I can try to negotiate.
This shall not stop us for long.
Better? Like, what the fuck, man? I just slaughtered, like, your elite guard and, like, everyone else here. Like, dude. Sure, buddy. Sure. Oh, you got, like, nothing. So that's another problem dealt with.
Please don't kill me.
Sidan Gelfa Vadinogan Gelfa Lindan Kufta. Sidan Gelfa Vadinogan Gelfa Lindan Kufta. Vandigo Gelfa Vapoelta Lindan Kudin Kuflava. Vandigo Gelfa Oisidan Gelfa Vadinogan Gelfa. Vandigo Gelfa Vapoelta Lindan Kuf. Sidan Gelfa Vadinogan. Rentundas Oisi. Sidan Gelfa Vadino.
So we need to obtain those files, so we need to get in there.
Sidan Gelfa Vadinogan Gelfa Vadinogan. Sidan Gelfa.
And that gave us our lightsaber energy cell fixture. That is one of the 3 parts you need to build a lightsaber. And it's easy to get parts 2 and 3 if you know what you're doing. So here's the way lightsabers work in Knights 2. There are a set of quests that will give you lightsaber parts. If you manage to build your lightsaber and not exhaust all these options, instead of giving you parts, they will give you lightsabers. Lightsabers themselves in Knights 2 are a bit more uncommon. There's only really Like, there's only a handful of sources for them. They become more common as you get later in the game. But it is... I do recommend getting your lightsaber as quickly as possible.
Is there something I can do for you? What? What do you mean? Wait, are you talking about accessing the mainframe? The Zerka mainframe? You're crazy! What are you, some kind of slicer? Well, I'm sure there are a dozen sorts of dirt on Lorso in there, but it's a closed system. This is a joke, right? You're CSD, aren't you? Loyalty test? And I want Jana Lorso looking dirty. Alright, other than Jana Lorso, only B-44 has free access to the mainframe. He's a protocol droid, her administrative assistant. If you controlled B-44, you could walk right in.
Yeah, but how?
Nearly all the Zerka technicians are planetside these days, working the recovery zones we've taken from the Ithorians. We've contracted out the maintenance for the office's protocol and utility droids. The guy Chano lives in the apartments in Residential 082, Unit 2B, I think. If you had his credentials, B-44 would leave with you willingly.
So now we have our answer. And that one already talked about some of the prestige classes, so I might as well. I mentioned the prestige classes already. There are 3 prestige classes to choose from for your character, and your character is the only one who gets access to them. Jedi Watchman, Jedi Master, and Jedi Weapon Master. There are equivalents in the Sith category, but they all kind of fulfill the same role. So here's the thing about the prestige classes in Knights 2. Okay. So talking about the classes. They're not like a one, so unlike, say, for example, Old Republic, which is an MMO, where the Sith and Jedi classes are just one-to-one, it's just flavor text and what ability and stuff, the visuals. There is a lot more differences in the core stats in this game. Alright, before we continue this conversation, let me finish explaining this so I don't lose my train of thought. Sith classes in general, from my understanding, have generally poor saves, which, basically your resistances, so reflex, will, they're all pretty low with the Sith classes, but they have usually generally better attack. Sentinels and Watchmen are, so let's see here. The Watchmen are skill based, so they're kind of jack of all trades. Jedi Master is regarded as the worst light side prestige in the entire fucking game. Here we go. I'm pulling up just a full list of, like, their abilities. So Jedi Master is... it has the same exact problems as the Sith Lord which is the Sith version. It has, oh god, I'm trying to find the right words. It has a bunch of massive restrictions. They can't use caution, close combat, gearhead, or stealth run. It's one of the worst classes because, like, you get a bunch of restrictions. they gain lower feats, but they do gain a lot more force powers. So if you want a force caster, in all honesty, just start with a fucking consular and then just go into one of the other classes to make up for the consular's downsides. The Sith, Assassin, and Jedi are really good because of the fact they have a potential for a high amount of damage output and also a great set of utility. But the Watchmen and Assassin are more kinda leaning towards, blaster builds, though Assassin slightly edges it out. The usual recommendation is, if you're doing, one of the combat, if you're doing melee combat, Weapon Master. Weapon Master is the fucking best. I'm planning to go on, Weapon Master.
Tonoranga manakaran, ipo inshawa. Inwamagro, may rangana noluta. Machabi doko. Machabi doko.
Answer all your questions, man. You answer mine. I'm going Weapon Master, though, just because I dual wield and I tend to use melee combat over anything else. Though the one thing I know with Watchmen, Jedi Watchmen naturally get stealth. I can't lie. Okay, so we need 2,500 credits. So, how are we gonna get those credits? You sell droid parts? Simple. I'm gonna sell shit. How many credits do I have current? Oh shit, I didn't realize how broke I was. Well, I guess I just haven't gotten any credits since I bought the robes. And then I'm gonna pay back his loan with his own money. You can come back later, and I believe you will get those credits back. How am I looking? Yeah, I'm definitely getting closer to the full light side. Go into the Zerka offices.
Good day. How may I? I am sorry. Those are legitimate credentials.
Let's go now. I don't know why Adson's still here. Yeah, this is a funny little bit with B4. If we check B4 cannot use anything because we're kind of locked out. He is gray and he's got a 10 in everything but con and wisdom. Dude, what class does he have? I'm curious. Expert droid 1. This is the only time this class is seen. Because every other droid, in terms of droids, T3 is an astromech. And HK is an assassin. I know I was just saying Jedi Master is like considered one of the worst, but I might...
Hello, B4D4. If you're here, who's manning the reception
I might
desk?
go with,
Hello, B44. Is there something you need? Oh, why is that? More credits, you say? That's news I wouldn't mind reporting to the Sector Executive Officer. Please, B44, access away.
Just checking some stuff. I do acknowledge that the mainframe is your responsibility. Yes, my test does not require your assistance. What do you mean, suspicious? I have access rights to the mainframe. You are programmed to serve Mistress Lorso. And your programming similarly inhibits you from harming sentient organic life or allowing such to be harmed without warning. Correct. Examine the files in the mainframe. You will see that by aiding Mistress Lorso, you have allowed sentient organic life to be harmed. Yes, you have been programmed to accomplish a task that cannot be accomplished without defying your programming! Oh my god. We're just making him go, like, develop rampancy. Partner in crime!
T1N1, what are you doing out here? You're not supposed to leave the mainframe. I think someone needs a memory wipe.
What the?
It's all data. Yeah. I have seen some argument that Jedi Guardian is like the worst of the starting classes in this game because it's mostly a focus on, you know, melee fight, but like, really? I mean, the lightsaber is the best weapon in the game, especially with the changes to the modification system, because before in Knights 1, only thing you could upgrade your lightsaber with was the 2 extra crystals. Now you have the 2 extra crystals, you have an emitter, you have hilts, you have all this stuff you could do, lens, you have all this stuff you could modify on your lightsaber. It honestly can get insane damage numbers if you know what you're doing. I'm thinking, because here's the thing. I'm going to get insane damage numbers out of my lightsaber just by it being, just out of the virtue of it being a lightsaber and the crystals I know where to find. So I'm thinking of trying
What? You're just
Jedi
gonna
Master.
set it free? Is that a good idea? Because it can lie. No one expects a droid to lie. Think of the trouble it could cause.
You can actually see these two later. They go on their own adventure. Hit the droid, the 2 droids there. Yeah, our ship is somewhere on Telos. He's gonna give us the way to the surface through an ally named Bayo-Dor. He helped actually design the systems down here, so he's very important. He's also going to restore some of our connection to the Force.
Healing a dead planet is one thing, Chodohabat, and healing Jedi severed from the Force is quite another.
Yeah, no, it's like, what's the difference between healing a planet and healing, injured a Jedi whose connection to the Force has been injured? To him, they are the same.
You speak well enough, Chodohabat, but perhaps you see all this as your chance to exert your own hold over others.
Bitch! Shut the fuck up. Yeah, so now our maximum Force points have been increased by 5. Yeah, so here's my mindset of what I'm thinking right now. I have, what is my level? I'm going to try to stop at level 15, but I'm going to have 15 levels of Guardian, which I'm going to be using for my base combat stuff. And I could make up, because I don't believe they remove feats if you go with Master. I think it's just Master's a little bit, you don't get as many skills, and then they're under attack. Yeah, so you can, I believe, just leave them to die, but you know, it's experience, and also bodies to loot. It's been a bit, so I'm going to create a save just in case the game crashes. I did have the game like crash like 3 times when I was trying to start the recording. So it was weird. Okay, we should be good.
Where that came from?
The dogs should not be a problem for the rest of the night. This is gonna be one of like the first really rough parts, just because the amount of enemies.
Time to take you down to size. Everyone down. I hear more where that came from.
Yeah, he's still using this, so let's upgrade him to 8. Still the same damage rolls, but it's also ion damage. A little close there. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to check here. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do though. I think I'm gonna just get all my combat abilities from Guardian and I'll have a whole planet to try it out. So I will, what I'll do is I'll create a save and I'll test it if I don't like it.
That's none of my concern. I was hired to do a job.
What I might do is,
be done.
No, what I'm gonna do is I think before I choose my mastery, I'm gonna build my lightsaber, save. That's why we're gonna call stream for the day.
This is the best that you could muster to come to your rescue.
And then
well, I shall add their
I
bodies
will
to the dead.
test it on my own. Because my thing is, if I test,
everyone down.
If I test it on my own and I learn like, hey, later on this build is not gonna work, I don't want to waste like stream's time on me like reloading and have to redo an entire planet.
I hear you.
And like the other reason I'm thinking about taking up Jedi Master is also because the one thing it really gets is a massive pool of force points, and I do use a lot more force powers in this. And yeah, by the way, you can see that recharge difference. Holy fuck. So I think in my head, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to test. I'm going to go through, get my lightsaber, test out the comp. I'll prestige afterwards. I'll just save the level ups. Or I don't know. We don't. You know what? No, I'm going to change it. I'm going to prestige when I can get off Telos, because I should. The only thing that would be holding me back is my light side if I don't have enough alignment points. But I have a good feeling based on my practice file that I'll be fine. And what I'll do is I will save before I choose a path, and we'll test it on stream together. If it does end up being a problem, also, hey, old friend, Admiral, he's moved up in the world.
Nasi.
This is Lieutenant Gren, TSF. We've been expecting you.
Gran, it's nice to know the TSF hasn't gone to shambles in my absence.
And how about you? An admiral. You might change your tune after you see what the situation is like down here, Karth. I've got some bad news for you.
Well, it can't be that bad, Gran. I think Telos has already been through the worst.
The one you came all the way out here to pick up? Well, she managed to escape the station. We're not exactly sure how it happened.
Well, that's unfortunate, but luckily it still fits our plans.
Am I hearing this right?
I'll tell you more when I arrive, but the Republic has decided not to detain the exile and adopt a wait-and-see approach.
The exile? Then...
Like I said, we'll talk more when I arrive.
Looks like we will. I'm uploading the approach vector to you now. See you soon, Admiral.
It looks like even the Republic's like, okay, yeah, we're kind of backing off and just see what the fuck they do.
Everyone hold on tight. We should be putting down in a few seconds. Grab onto something. This is about to get rough real fast.
Here we go. Beodor.
Good to have you back, General.
So yes, he's a Zabrak, which is the same race as Darth Maul.
Easy now. You survived one spectacular crash. Lucky I was here to pull you and your friends out of that shuttle, or you'd be more than a little crispy. But it's only fair. I owe you more than one, General.
General.
You must be in shock from the crash. Have to expect some long-term memory loss from that. Too bad she's not a droid, huh? We can't all be that lucky. I'll humor you, General. I was one of the Iridonian Mechanic Corps that was at Malachor. Beodor, I can see how you'd forget me, being that I was the only one. Don't think too hard. I'd rather not talk about the war, if we could. We all went through some tough times after Malachor, and maybe we all did a little forgetting. Guess that's one thing we've got better than droids. They can't forget anything. But then you give them a memory wipe and they forget for good.
So, I haven't talked about this yet, but
the pilot's more or less unharmed, and the old
there's
lady,
actually a lot more
she's
visual
tougher than she
changes to your
looks. You know, I
party
never thought I'd
if
see
you
you
go
again,
dark
General.
side. Like,
Galaxies
because
are big place, and
in
this is
Star
the
Wars,
last place I
going
thought I'd
to
bump
down the dark
into you.
side does
So
have
I
a
have to ask,
visible effect
just
on you.
what are you doing here?
Beodor will actually look more like Darth Maul. Everyone else kind of gets like they look malnourished.
Got some news for you, General. That shuttle of yours is done for. Scrap.
Well, this is familiar. Feels like my last time on Telos.
Crashed the shuttle that time, too?
Nope, Pazak.
That was not the most pleasant landing I've endured. Next time we should perhaps seek out a more reputable pilot.
You're welcome, Kreia. You know, if I weren't such a crack pilot, we could have hit a shield wall or one of those rock faces.
Yes, our current situation is a vast improvement.
But we don't have any idea where to look for the Ebon Hawk.
I can help you find it. I have access to the shield network. I came hoping to repair whatever damage your shuttle took, but not even I can fix that wreck. That's the plan.
So Beodor is a mandatory party member for this segment, and he has a special ability called Shield Breaker. Beodor can punch any enemy and immediately break their shield.
Just say the word.
I'm putting Beodor in the minor uniform because here's the thing. Beodor is definitely one of the more interesting party members. I love him. He's a great character. But the issue is Beodor sucks in terms of his prestige class. Because the only armor he can wear and actually benefit from it is, well, the minor uniform. Because, okay, I'll be honest, the prestige classes are all Jedi. You can make almost every party member in this game, with the exception of the droids and a few others, Jedi. The issue is Beodor cannot wear any Jedi robes. I don't mind saying that now because if we go into the Jedi robes, you can see can't equip Beodor. That's kind of, at least on a meta perspective, the first hint that that you can train characters to be Jedi. Certain characters are easier than others.
Hidden caches.
And some are really fucking hard. I'm gonna grab these mines because I'm gonna need them.
Mercenaries, right where we...
Great.
They were probably looking for me when they...
We could try handing the Zabrak over. You know, bargaining chip?
Who do you think shot you down in the first place?
Good point. Forget I said anything.
More where that came from.
It's the last level up I'm getting before sieging. If you interact with the land speeders, it'll tell you that their systems are encrypted, so you can't use them.
Another sentry droid. The mercenaries must be...
Yeah. It's pretty obvious. Mercenaries are using these droids to find us. So again, more droids. Oh yeah, the other benefit about having Beodor on your party, it is technically like having 4 party members, because Beodor, as you see, has that little remote droid. Remote actually counts, well, it doesn't count as a party member, but it has a small blaster, and it basically adds an extra bit of damage. At least it does eventually. Yeah, it's still doing it now. It's not a lot of damage, but, you know, damage is damage. And I believe as the game goes on, Beodor will do some upgrades to remote, improving the damage. Canics here are going to be like one of the more common enemies we'll be seeing across planets. They fucking eat everything.
Let's get this over with.
So you never know what. I do suggest killing them all the time. They're like mole rats in Fallout. They always just have the weirdest shit when you kill them. I think I killed one once. It had like a fucking Jedi robe. Masa. Ooh, ceremonial armor.
I hear you.
So we got some mercenaries to the right and some Canucks to the left. You can just.
I always feel a sense of calm when I walk.
You can just avoid them,
Telos.
but you know,
The
experience,
Authorians are truly
loot.
amazing in their work.
Amazing at wasting the Republic's credits, maybe. But now that you mention it, I think I feel it too. Like a weight's been lifted off my shoulders.
Quiet. There's a large mercenary patrol up ahead. If we move carefully along the perimeter, we may be able to get by without their spotting us. We could cross along the shore, or head along the cliffs to the south. I'll follow close.
More where that came from.
That was the other reason I stopped at level 15. It's because of the fact that I wanted Force Wave.
Time to take you down to.
Canuck is fucking us up.
More where that came from. Time to take you down to size.
What's going on?
I think I'm better off sticking with these robes for now, just because I'm getting way more bonuses from them. But both of the robes I have their pros and cons. That'll help. 'Cause yeah, that gives Aton a massive damage boost. Or at least it's a better range now. Instead of being 1 to 8, it's now 2 to 11. Yeah, he loses the ion damage, but that's fine.
with it. Just say the word.
Aw, shame. One of the other times I was right here, I found Jedi robes back here randomly.
Let's go.
I hear you.
You know what? That's a massive increase. I'm just gonna have them both on range, deal with range attacks while I deal with the melee.
Let me handle this.
Looks like a minefield up ahead. We can try and pick our way through.
Because I'd like to collect these landmines. I don't want to lose this many. I think that's what I'm gonna do though. Because weapon master is really good for dual wielding because of the fact you get so many. You can invest in a lot of feats that will just give you bonus damage as long as you're wielding 2 weapons. But I think I was doing like upwards of like my bare minimum damage at one point was 20 with one of my lightsabers.
Send your droid ahead.
And that means more mercenaries. I don't know about you guys, but I just can't wait.
We're close to the compound, so they'll be getting ready for us.
I think we're close to the compound too. That means this entire place is probably on alert. So much for sneaking in.
More where I came from.
انت سكريم سوتشي نور تهرم بين شوك وندي دونينا تشيوا كوتا وين نوسو كوبا بوتو برنتابا
Time to take you down the side.
create a save here, just because this next area is a bit rough.
There's the landing pad. There should be a computer terminal I can... Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way there, though.
Why do you say that?
What we have here, the Jedi, saves us the trouble of looking for you. Corin Falk did say you were dangerous. Maybe he does know what he's talking about. Why would I do that, when I can just as easily take them from your corpse? Fault hired me to keep everyone out of the restoration zone. You in particular. A grenade with your name on it, Jedi. Attack!
Yeah, Force Wave has been somewhat nerfed, as you may notice. It's not piercing the shields anymore. I think it's because they changed its damage type. That's why I've said Force Storm kind of takes its place in my kit.
Everyone down!
I will suggest haste yourself through this area because there's a lot of enemies scattered around. And there's those heavy turrets up there.
Time to take you down the side. Settle down.
Get Atson out of there. Why?
Just say the word. I hear you.
so I'll be able to take a little bit more of a hit. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Run, 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 run. As long as I can get out of range. Just in case he follows, that mercenary follows further. Leave a little bit of a trap. It'll also give me a heads up.
Let's get this over with.
Just say the word.
Starting to get the parties in a somewhat better position than they were. Let's grab the landmine.
Everyone down! Let's settle this.
Those fucking turrets, I think, are the only thing keeping my team from getting back up.
Let's settle this.
Yeah, this area always tends to give me some trouble.
More where that came from.
Mostly just because the enemies are... There's a lot of enemies and they're in weird spots. To be honest, though, I will say this, with the prestige classes in this game, it doesn't matter as much to save them because of the fact you've got 50 levels. You still have plenty of room by the time you get off Telos to level up your prestige class and get it to and get all of their unique abilities.
Access the shield network from this console. Good, it's functional, and my passcodes still work. Now let's find your ship.
Because of that,
the TSF probably thinks the ship was put down in the wastes, but they don't know the planet as well as I do.
they were saying though,
Telos'
because there's a lot more breathing room and you get the same. Well, actually, depending on your class, you get more or less force powers.
I'd say there's probably an illegal landing site somewhere then.
So that means there's probably an unsanctioned landing site somewhere on the planet. Still shielded, but not a restoration zone or other listed facility. That's why I need access to the shield network. Here, a small anomaly in the shield network's power grid. I'm not surprised the TSF didn't spot this. It's subtle, more like an error or random flux than anything suspicious. It looks like power is being drawn to generate a shield over a small area in the polar region, but nothing should be down there. Orbital cameras show nothing, just an empty mesa. That's a little tougher. According to the computer, a shuttle is currently docked inside the research facility. At least there was at last report, though that was months ago. I don't, but that's not going to stop me. I'm getting back to Citadel if I have to build a new ship myself.
That's decided then. We should get going.
There's one other small problem. Recently, Zerka teams that were sent into the military facility have not been coming out. But it's not as though we have any choice.
Guess why? If it's an automated system, that means droids! Goddamn clankers! That just feels right to say when playing Star Wars. Oh, great. Dog's back. He is being a nudge. Lucky you're cute.
Just say the word.
Poison. This arm of mine isn't just for show, General. Stand back. The Zerka mercenaries were a little surprised when I broke my way out of my holding cell. The shields there were even weaker than these. After you.
Yeah, so if you ever have a thing like the wall, like the energy walls back on Paragus, Beodor is able to break through them.
What's going on?
And thankfully, the game doesn't check to see how Beodor hits it, just that it was Beodor's attack. fun little fact about this area of the game. This area is actually one of the first places with massive amounts of cut content. There's a whole second floor to this space. You don't go, it's not relevant yet, but it does have to do with one of the dropped plot lines I've talked about. I'll go into it in more detail later. Mostly when we get to the characters. Well, it'll be later in this area because there's a pretty obvious sign of what the dropped plot line is. Thanks for follow, guys. Med pack. Anything else of note? Come on, game. Give me something good.
Just say the word.
Wrong. Might as well separate the droids from the military droids from the turrets. There's no penalty from like shooting from here. I'm just gonna keep attacking because this game doesn't have a cover system. If I could deal with the turrets one at a time, that'd be a lot better than having to fight through all four of them at once.
Let's settle this.
Anson, why?
Time to even the odds. Time to take you down to size.
I'm at a disadvantage right now just because, like my character, I've got a lot of prep work done for later in the game. But until I get, like, my lightsaber, I'm severely nerfed.
Let's go.
I hear you.
Create, because he's got a really good... Here we go. Create a couple ionite edges. Create a breakdown. Let's see. Upgrades. Upgrades, people. Let's see. Improved ionite edge. Ion cell Mark II. Okay, so it makes sense I can't do much with the heavy rifle.
Yeah?
The heavy rifle is one of those weapons that's really good early on because of the fact it has such a high damage roll, but it just doesn't get any of the you can't use any of the advanced abilities of this game because you can't mod it.
There she is, one orbital shuttle. Looks like it's in serviceable condition. That's all a moot point, though. The hangar bay doors are closed. I don't fancy flying the shuttle through solid metal, so I'd say we need to find a way to get them open. We'll also need to find the ignition codes for the shuttle, or else we'll have some trouble getting off the ground. If we get all that, I wouldn't worry about what shape this heap is in. I'll get it running.
Dog being dog.
I hear you. I hear you. What's going on?
Let's get rid of this poison.
I hear you.
What's going on?
Let's see. Come on, game. Ooh, another plasma projector. Like, seriously, this game is being so kind to me on my, practice file, and now just giving me nothing. Not a lot of characters can use the plasma projector. What the fuck? It might not be a bad idea for me just to sell them, because I think the only character I've seen so far who can get to that is mine. Okay, can't do anything here yet because this facility needs power. Yeah, there's a lot of areas here we can't, a lot of doors here that will not open.
Tawancha morichiwa. Kawana bota yunta tanga ki. Tonata bias via. Great.
Turn on solo mode. Might as well leave everyone else here. So try to keep this guy on in camera. Like, this is annoying just because of the fact it's just actually getting him to move. If you go too far, he won't follow you. Generally speaking, from what I've noticed, the best way is he typically tends to move if either you're looking at him or you can lock on. Though sometimes the AI just gets stuck at doors. You motherfucker, please. I heard him taking steps. Was it for the fact that this is some good light side points, I'd just leave them. Bitch, it's right.
Kawana.
Just say the word.
I love it, just like pop. Did you know we know instant transmission? You can only open this one with an actual frag mine. Don't worry, it won't break anything inside. Though I do need to go set my trap. It's not too big of a deal, but there is something coming up, and having a welcome mat ready would be a good idea. By the way, you could just layer mines on top of each other. That should be enough. I don't know if it's gonna work. If it doesn't, I just pick up the mines.
I hear you.
What's going on?
The only reason I was Force Wave hits the group.
What's going on?
Thing to make your life easier. Go to this terminal. Overload. Where the fuck is he? I just realized something. Did I walk right by him? No. Okay, no, I didn't. So...
Yeah?
As you see on the map, it says military base sub-level. There was a whole cut level from here. Now, we don't go to it now, but, it has to do with that other character's quest line, and it won't really come back up until the end of the game. The quest line in particular has to do with the HK-50s.
This droid has been damaged and does not appear to be functional.
And it just self-destructs. Yeah, there's no way to open the door as of now. But we will be coming back to it because, as I said, since we have the restored content mod, that whole plotline has been brought back.
Just say the word.
Yeah?
That gets the reactor going. Opens up the doors. And releases this. It also reactivates all these turrets.
More where that came from. I
will personally say, the only thing I hate about Jedi Guardian in this game is just the early game, until you get a lightsaber, Jedi Guardian does not have, basically is just a normal combat class because it can't use its unique ability. Because you don't get access, because you can't use Force Jump without a lightsaber. That data pad's what we need, that's the ignition codes. It wasn't enough to kill it, but that probably did some damage. Hopefully. Yeah, it did about half its health. To be honest, the tank droid seems intimidating, but if you've been collecting, like, you know, iron edges, or you've got lucky with the pickups and got some really good weapons, it's not that bad. And if you know about it and you lay out a carpet, it's really easy to deal with. And the reward for killing it, we get some got 5 frag grenades. Ooh, a life support pack this early. I'm giving up a lot for that, but like I'm giving up a lot of the bonuses, but I mean, that is some nice wisdom, and that is going to help my healing. A lot of components. That we are done in the military facility. Doesn't have a hyperdrive, so it can't get us off. It can't really get us too far, but it can get us out of here.
Statement. We have arrived too late. The target has evaded us. We must pursue it.
We got some HKs.
Observation. They have likely escaped aboard the orbital shuttle that has been docked here. The Bay Control computer likely will have a record of their departure. Query. Have you discovered anything about the shuttle's course? Answer. I have managed to track the shuttle's movement across the SHIELD network. However, the SHIELD network does not stretch over the polar region, which was the shuttle's apparent destination. Statement. Dispatch a unit to the polar region with the last known coordinates and approximate path of the shuttle. They will not escape us again.
Well, this can't be any worse than last time. So that's the hole in the SHIELD network, huh? Doesn't look like much to me.
We cannot land a fucking ship in this game.
You've got to be kidding me. It's not my fault.
Oh boy.
Egotistic praise. An excellent shot, even with the prevailing winds. I couldn't have done it better myself. Field assessment. I've picked up on the heat form of the Jedi and her allies. Activate the mines and prime the self-destruct sequences. Relieved statement. Oh, Jedi, it is good to see you intact. We were concerned that shooting down your shuttle would damage you irreparably. Quick clarification. But now that we have found you, we hope that we can facilitate communications. Unnecessary addendum. And put an end to hostilities.
Wanna fight the... Come on. These HK droids are just gonna keep annoying us. Yeah, for this fight, you are basically locked in on a party. God, I fucking... There's a reason why I don't run Kreia too often. Yeah, it's useful having the ability to share powers between her and the protagonist. I just don't find her being that useful of a party member, especially because her stats. There's the HK control cluster. That's 2 parts down for getting HK-47 back on track.
Lay down your weapons, and you shall not be harmed.
We have no idea what you're doing here, but we mean no harm.
Why is it that everywhere we go, I end up in a cell?
Because it's your home.
Why did they lock us up? What is this place?
It is a training ground for Jedi.
What? This ice hole?
Really?
Yes. It bears the semblance of an academy. But where are all the students? Curious.
You've got to be joking. What is a Jedi Academy doing out here in the middle of nowhere?
It is a place hidden from the galaxy like the Academy on Dantooine. But this place... Oh, Atris, you have been...
There we go.
Atris?
It's none of your concern.
Well, the sooner we're out of here, the better. 2 crazy Jedi are more than enough for me. No one told me we were going to be dumped in a nest of Jedi.
And what is it about this place that causes you such fear?
What do you mean? We're in the middle of a bunch of Jedi. You know how they are.
No, I do not. Not in the way you seem to.
What? What are you doing? Get out of my head!
Stop struggling. Let me follow the current. Deep, deeper to its source.
Stop! Stop! Ah!
Ah, with the fear is mingled guilt. It squirms in you like a worm. And the why? Ah, and there is its heart. You surprise me. I could not feel it before. Your feelings are a powerful shield indeed. Do not worry, Atten. If she is a Jedi, she will forgive. And if she is not, she will not care.
You can't tell her. Please. I'm asking you. I don't want her to...
Think less of you. I hardly think that's possible. Still, there is no shame in what you ask. We all wage war with the past, and it leaves its scars. I will not speak of yours, Atten, but there is a price for such things.
What? What price?
There are those who wage war and those who follow them. You are a crude thing, murderer, but you have your uses. You know how important this woman we travel with is. Even one such as you can feel it. You will serve her until I release you.
So if I remember correctly, Atris, the name that was mentioned there.
If you do, then my silence
After
will
the
be
war with
broken.
Exar Kun, she
And
was the one who
then,
said Jedi shouldn't marry.
You will be
Yeah,
broken. You fear
that was
the
her.
Jedi, and rightly so. If Atris
And that was her in
learns
this
of your
council, but
choices,
she's the
you
one
will
who
never
proposed the idea.
But
And they were
whatever
like,
fear you
yeah,
hold of the Jedi,
and made her a
know
Jedi
that if
master.
you disobey me, that my punishment will make you beg for the
Ignoring the
death
fact that the one who beat
long-hounded
Exar Kun was I don't
You
think
will
she was
not
married, but she
find
was a
blind
mother.
obedience a difficult master.
And keep in mind, this is
You
all
choose
Legends
it
canon,
once.
so it doesn't
You will
really
learn to
count
embrace
anymore.
it again.
But still.
I don't know how you became such a manipulative witch, but why a vicious old scowl like yourself would even bother with me is a bigger mystery.
No game of the Jarek can be won without pawns, and this may prove to be a very long
She was also
game.
one of the people who
a
really pushed for the
Your thoughts
restrictions on
difficult
Padawans
for
to be,
even one such
like,
as
you
I
know,
to
only a
read.
few per
I
master,
suspect the
and
self-loathing that squirms within you gives you a curious strength. Your
limiting
spirit,
made it so
as
no, we start
diseased
the
as it
Padawans
is,
young.
refuses to allow you to give up, no matter what threats
Before
you face, whatever
you could be any age
you
and
leave behind.
join the Order. That wasn't a restriction until Atris.
Perhaps even you.
There was
at the
one
right
Jedi who
moment,
put it
may be
through,
able to
put it
turn
through as an
aside
idea.
disaster. If so, your potential is not yet spent.
Fine. I'll be your pawn. But I still think you've got the wrong man.
Perhaps. But someone has to fly the ship, and the Force is a hard thing to predict. You have crossed our path for a reason. Our path brought us here for a reason. And now I know why. The past is here, and it must be met before the future can be set in motion.
Or Jedi speak. Care to explain?
No. I've wasted enough time with you. Sleep, murderer, and be silent. I need no distractions. A critical moment approaches.
She was also one of the people who was really heavy of we shouldn't interfere in the Mandalorian Wars, blah blah blah. It's like, people are fucking dying, you bitch. They were calling for your help.
I did not expect to see you again after the day of your sentencing. I thought you had taken the Exile's path, wandering the galaxy. Yet you have returned. Why? Your concern is noted. Your friends have not been harmed. They have been detained for their safety. I find it unusual that you are traveling with others again. I had thought you had forsaken the company of others after the war. Or is that why you are here? Yet here you are. Perhaps you do not know yourself as well as you think. Regardless, your arrival here begs an explanation. Have you come to face the judgment of the Council, as you did so many years ago? Are you finally willing to admit that we were right to cast you out?
No, I still think you were wrong. Yeah, I actually agree with this statement. It was the reason why the Jedi Civil War happened was two parts. One was Revan, but it wasn't entirely Revan's fault. He had been brainwashed. But it was also the Council not doing anything.
You and all the Jedi who followed Revan caused the Jedi Civil War. It was because the need to wage war burned within you.
There were people who
the
needed
Jedi
help,
Order asked only for time to examine the Mandalorian threat. They urged caution, patience, and you defied them. So when you returned, you were brought before us. You were a Jedi no longer, and so you were exiled. There was much about that day that was difficult to forget. Your words, your defiance, and when you stabbed your lightsaber into the center stone.
Yeah, whatever lightsaber she pulls out, be whatever you decided in that conversation with Atton.
Indeed, a lightsaber is the mark of a Jedi. When you turned your back on the Order, it was not yours anymore. I have always kept it, as a reminder of what can happen when your passions dictate your actions. I have kept it, so I would never forget your arrogance or your insult to the Order. Then you misunderstand its meaning while it is in my possession, and what it now represents. But I am not unsympathetic to your feelings. Leaving the Order must have been difficult for you. Yet you gave the Council no other choice. You gave me no other choice. So your choice was to meet the aggression of the Mandalorians with more aggression. That is not the Jedi way. Every choice we make, whether we know it or not, sends echoes through the Force. It can awaken feelings, ignite passions, hate, anger, fear.
Here's the thing: if
Revan
didn't go,
by meeting aggression,
then things could have been a
serving as an
lot
opponent against which
worse.
the Mandalorians could test themselves, you fed their hate, their lust for war, and it sent a terrible echo through you. And because of it, you and those Jedi who met them on the battlefield lost their way, and you turned on us. Without you and the other fallen Jedi to support them, to feed their lust for war, Revan and Malak's crusade would have been over before it began.
But that's not... Yeah. She really doesn't know anything about... At the very least, Revan. Malak, on the other hand, kind of just went full in on the whole dark side thing.
I know you betrayed the Jedi teachings. All that you had been taught you threw at your feet, crushed them beneath your heel. The Jedi teachings require we examine our actions. Acting without reflection is not our way. There was no guarantee that marching to war would have saved the Outer Rim. In fact, quite the opposite. A physical victory, perhaps, but the real victory lay in... Do not twist my words.
No, that's exactly what the fuck you're saying.
Not the only victory or the only loss.
There is a balance.
You do not know... How dare you? The Mandalorian Wars should have been your grave, and Malachor 5 is where you should have died. You see shadows where there are none, and hate where there is none. You are blind, as always. I tire of fighting you.
You got
You
angry.
lust for war, and you always will, and you have succeeded in distracting me from my questions. So answer me. If you cannot seem to admit the Council was correct, then why are you here?
know what? Fuck it. I'm
Your ship?
calling her the fuck out.
Ah, the Ebon Hawk. It is not your ship. Unless you are admitting to the destruction of
Wasn't me, it was the Sith.
mining facility. Ah, an accident. Something
Yeah,
beyond
I didn't
your
fire the
control.
shot.
You've not changed. Acting instead of thinking. Putting yourself before the
You
galaxy,
could check.
before the Jedi.
Actually, I don't know
Do you
how
know
accurate
what
their
you have
senses
done?
are for the amount of blaster bolts I fired, but still.
No, your crime is much more than that. Without the fuel from Paragus, Citadel Station cannot maintain its orbit. It will crash into the planet and its destruction will echo across 20 other worlds. Telos was a test to see if the Republic could mount a restoration effort on the Outer Rim. When it fails, the Republic will not finance another. The other Rim worlds, devastated by the Sith, will remain graveyard worlds, devoid of life. And that is the magnitude of your crime. So you still hold to your flawed convictions. If you think to anger me, you are wrong. How is
No,
it
I think
you are
you're
not
just
content
blind.
to confine your ruin to yourself? You must spread it to others wherever you go. Ruin yourself with your actions if you will, but when your actions bring harm to others, then you must answer for it. The Sith? What do you mean? You speak truly. You have encountered the Sith. I can feel the scars on you. And you encountered them on Paragus. But what would they want there?
No, they were looking for me.
You. You. If they thought you were Jedi, the teachings of the Sith blind them indeed. I am the last Jedi, not you. You betrayed our teachings, our beliefs, the very core of the Jedi Order. If these Sith attacked you, they will soon realize their mistake. And if you escaped, they most likely let you go to see if you would lead them here. You offer your aid after turning your back on me, on the Council. The Jedi is not something you embrace out of fear. The commitment is stronger than that, something you never seem to understand.
Just give me 1 second.
Perhaps. But if you help me, it cannot be done from here. There are others in the galaxy who may help us against a Sith threat. If you can find them, gain their trust, perhaps our defenses shall be stronger for it. Take your ship, seek them out. If you find them, encourage them to gather on Dantooine. From there we can call a council and see what can be done. Then I shall send you on your way. It is now time for you to depart.
We shall remove her, mistress. Come with us. Are you all right, mistress?
The exile reminded me of something I had forgotten.
Forgive me, mistress, but I must ask. The exile, I've never seen another affect you so strongly. Was she important to you once?
We all have our heroes, and when we watch them fall, we die inside. She made a choice once, and I did not. The day we judged her, I stood in the chamber, and she was so right.
Character was
she was
actually
so
her
certain
hero.
of it. I doubted myself, but not now. She will never make me doubt myself again. But now I am tired. I must meditate.
Of course, mistress. I will tell the others you are not to be disturbed. And please, do not exhaust yourself. We can attend to matters here.
We're gonna take another break really quick so I could go eat, and then we're gonna continue on. Okay, we are back. Let's go collect the others and we can get off this planet.
Did you find what you came for? Are you certain you're ready to depart? I sense some unrest in you. There was something from your past here, something unresolved. I feel we did not come to this place by chance. You were led here. This woman who resides here, she did something to you once, something that hangs upon you still. I see it now. The act has left its marks. Be warned. Unresolved events from our past can create wounds in the present and the future. And more importantly, they can distract you, weaken you. It could prove fatal against the enemies we face. If that is all you wish to hear, then I have nothing more
I don't
to
need
say.
to hear anything
Let
from
us
you.
depart.
I have problems with you just as much as I have with her.
He's only sleeping. It seems the journey here has fatigued him.
I'm sorry, General. I must have lost consciousness
Dude,
in
it's
the crash.
fine.
I'm fine, General. Even power has been restored to my arm. What is this place? Where are we? This must be where I had detected the energy readings before, and the drain to the restoration shields. This room, this place, it looks part of a huge polar irrigation system, possibly planet-wide, like the one on Coruscant. I had been told by the Republic that it was not in use. I am, General. If you wish, I may travel with you, or join you at the ship. Very well, General.
I'm always gonna take Beodor for right now. Oh, until for at least here, because I like him more than Kreia. The other thing about the influence gain, as your influence grows with the party members, they are more affected by your choices, light side or dark side. You're unlike Knights 1 where your party is, you know, the party wasn't really shaped by Revan. You helped them a little bit. But in Knights 2, you are a Jedi Master. You are a teacher. And you have a massive influence on everyone.
I have felt it too, my lord. A disturbance in the Force. It was difficult to make out, my lord. At first it was such a quiet thing. I did not notice it, but now I wonder as if it has always been there. I merely could not hear it before. The sound built so slowly, yet when you listen for it, you can make out the strains, even over the background life of the universe.
So, may I present one of the more standout characters from this game? Darth Nihilus.
You are the darkness in which all life dies, my lord. All life exists to feed your power. And my life is yours. I beg you, please, let me die. Yes, this disturbance echoes through the Force. I can follow it to its source and bring it to you. I will leave at once, my lord.
I'm kind of holding off on talking about Darth Nihilus right now, just because his story is very much entwined with ours, and it has to do with one planet. I would say his story actually is just completely parallel to the Exiles. Hey, T3!
Well, if it isn't the one who stole the Ebonhawk. Not so smug now, are you, you little thief?
It is unlikely the droid stole the vessel.
Says you.
Is this your droid? It looks badly damaged. Dissected.
Isn't your fault, T3. Ooh, T3. So they were trying to get something in T3's memory core. And I know what it is, or at least I think I know what it is. It's kind of obvious to the audience who's played Knights 1, because T3M4 is one of the more crucial characters because of the fact that T3M4 was with Revan. HK-47 is the same, has the same exact thing going on. The only thing is they don't know about HK-47. Then they'd have to fix HK, and I don't think they want to risk turning HK back on. Once you board the Ebonhawk, you will never be able to come back here. Or at least not until endgame. But also, this cutscene will only happen if you're a male character or you have one of the mods.
Says not among us. She has left with the exile.
Left? But why? Her oath.
I sent her to travel with the exile. She may discover something I cannot.
Mistress, the last of the handmaidens. She is willful, and she has demonstrated her fascination with Jedi. It may not have been why.
I know what I have done, but it was necessary.
Well, now that we're off that Dejaric board of a planet, I say we burn sky until we see lines.
T3 downloaded H's archives.
What is the machine saying?
And there's a record of the day we were exiled. So now we get to see what actually happened.
Do you know why we have called you here?
As Revan summoned you, so have you come full circle to return to the Jedi.
Why did you defy us? The Jedi are guardians of the peace, and have been for centuries. This call to war undermines all that we have worked for.
Is Revan your master now? Or is it the horror you wrought at Malachor that has caused you to see the truth at last?
It is good you recognize this. It means you will understand why you must leave us. We feel that your true understanding of what happened at Malachor 5 will only happen in time, and it cannot happen here, near the battlegrounds where you fought.
You are exiled, and you are a Jedi no longer.
There is one last thing. Your lightsaber. Surrender it to us.
You know, that's as dramatic as it's gonna be for a game of this age.
Much defiance in that one.
You were correct, Kavar. When she was here, I felt it. It was as if she was not there. More like an echo.
Revan's influence has grown amongst the youngest of the Order. He speaks to their passions, not their sense. The war has touched them. Many of them have found themselves in the war against the Mandalorians.
It is as I feared, and I fear that we have played into the hands of the enemy.
She's right.
We have not lost a Jedi this day. You felt it. She has lost herself. She is no Jedi. She walked Revan's path, but she was not strong enough.
I fear it is our teachings that may have led Revan to choose the path he did.
We are not the ones who taught him.
We take responsibility, Atris, not cast blame.
The choice of one was the choice of us all. Revan's teacher intended no harm, and Revan had many teachers since.
Yet they all stem from the same source. Her teachings violated the Jedi Code and lead all who listen to the dark side, as they did the exile.
You are wrong. The dark side is not what I sensed in the exile. Surely the rest of you felt it as well. That emptiness we felt. She has changed.
Whatever that wound was, it was of the dark side. We should not
So
have
Atris has a very
apart.
black and
She will
white
simply
view
join
of
Revan
everything.
again, or perhaps worse.
What would you have done with her, Atris? Be mindful of your feelings. This is not Revan who stood before you. This one walks a different path.
No, although that may come in time. We let her go because we must. Where she travels, she carries her destination with her.
Malachor 5 should have been her grave. You saw it in her walk, and in the Force. It was as if she was already dead.
No, not death. Many battles remain for that one, if what we have seen is true. But the future is a shifting thing, and she cuts like a blade through it.
We should have told her the truth. A Jedi deserved to know.
No good would have come from it, even if what you believed was true. There is still the matter of Revan, and such truths could leave us vulnerable on two fronts.
Perhaps in many years we will call her before us and explain what happened to her, and how she may be healed. Until then, she must accept her journey.
But she may never discover the truth, and she will never know why we cast her out.
And that is the future we must accept.
Yeah. So Atris has a very black and white view on the
Jedi sure
Jedi
like their
Order
secrets,
and the
don't they?
Force, and she hates the Exile because, well, they don't fit into the black and white view. So Master Varuk is on Dantooine. One's on Onderon, one's on Nar Shaddaa. Master Vash went to Korriban. And of course, Atris is on Telos.
A strange coincidence.
It is no coincidence. There is some larger plan at work here, and we are walking into it. This is too convenient to be anything but a trap.
Something's up with Kreia. Why is she transparent?
Those are Atris's records you have stolen.
What the hell are you doing on our ship?
I have come to join you. I can
Why
help
is she
you against
transparent?
this
What
threat.
the fuck?
Well, we don't want your help. Or any
It's probably
of your
the
sisters.
HD texture mod I
If it
have.
comforts you to believe that, then so be it. But the enemies you face are many, and you will need all the help you can get. It is just me, and I am doing this because Atris believes you will need help.
Indeed. But of course, what does one more matter to our journey? I have had enough of this. I will be in my chambers.
Yeah, me too. I'll be in my chambers. But since I don't have any, I guess I'll just go to the cockpit like I always do. If she's coming with us, she gets the cargo hold. Might remind her how fun it is to get locked up.
General.
The cargo hold is enough. I assure you, there is little I need. I will attend to myself. It is no matter. I am used to worse conditions, but thank you for your kindness.
So the handmaiden's the Chani fighter, so she does have some really good natural defenses.
General, is there a reason you don't carry a lightsaber anymore? That's not your lightsaber anymore. That belonged to someone who served Revan in the wars, not the person you are now. You could build another one, if you wanted to, but you know that. I don't know, General, but whatever the reason, you should put it behind you. I know this. A lightsaber is part of who you are. Without it, you're not complete. I think I can help you out there. I happen to know the parts you need. We need a power cell, emitter matrix, lens and focusing crystal. Though I have to admit the crystal is beyond my means. Never did understand them. Those parts are fairly common, though a Jedi once told me that it's best if your lightsaber reflects you, and if it is constructed of things that identify it as your own. Just bring the parts to me before you get started building it. I'll make sure they're usable.
For the last time, no. Because you're programmed to force your opponent to go first, and nothing will convince me the computer doesn't cheat. Even if I didn't have to go first and somehow I didn't suspect you of counting cards, I still wouldn't play with a trash compactor. Yeah? How many credits?
God damn it.
Got a minute?
I'm a little busy here. What is it?
Won't take more than a minute.
Alright.
There's still something else I do like about Knights
Look,
too.
your friend, the Jedi?
The
you know her from way back, don't you?
characters, like the
How
rest
much
of the
do you know
cast,
about
will
her,
actually
really?
interact with each other
Her?
without you.
You mean the General? Yeah, during the war. If that's what you mean by way back. Can't say I know too much about her, though.
Better than anyone else on this ship. Just give me your opinion, okay? And don't laugh.
I'm trying to work here, Atten.
I was just wondering if you thought maybe she and I might...
You're being serious.
You said you wouldn't laugh.
You are being serious. Atten, she was a general. I was just a tech. Your guess is about as good as mine.
Well, what's your guess then?
I'm getting back to work.
Hey, I'm being serious here. You're laughing at me? I'll put you on the scrap heap, you walking tin can.
All I'm saying is that you've gone for a long time without a memory wipe. Most droids behave erratically under those circumstances. I know that, but I'm fixing everything else around here, so I may as well take a look at you too. What was that? That's what I'm talking about. That is not normal droid behavior. I am not pushing you around. I just wanted to see if there was anything I could do to upgrade your functionality. Good. Now let's get started. You wouldn't guess it from the outside, but it looks like you've been through a lot. I'll bet. I'm all done with you. If anything comes loose, let me know and I'll put it back.
Yeah, thanks to Bayador, T3 now has a permanent boost to his con. Creating a save here, because this is where the split's going to be to determine my prestige class.
Ah, you are here. You felt it, did you not? The time to hide your presence is coming to a close, and you will need to increase your training. You are ready. Your training must increase, and there are higher mysteries you must learn. But only you must know the path you will take. I cannot choose it for you. Is it battle that stirs you? To meet an enemy blade upon blade? Such is the way of the greatest of Jedi warriors, the weapon masters. Or perhaps it is investigating the mysteries of the galaxy, seeking out injustice and harm, and bringing it into the light. Such is the way of the Jedi Watchman in the time of Ulic Qel-Droma and Exar Kun. Or perhaps your way lies upon the ancient mysteries, and to teach others the ways of the Force, as I have, the way of the Jedi Masters. It is not some great test you require to be what you strive to be. From here on, you guide your destiny. But in order to take the next steps, you must face your past and put it to rest.
So now we've taken our first step into the prestige class. As I've mentioned, depending on what you want, it might be a better idea for it. If you want to, like she said, if you want to do blade upon blade, weapon master. Weapon master is entirely built around dual wielding lightsabers and gives a huge amount of damage bonuses. If you want to be a full skill monkey that have a lot of feats, you go Jedi Watchman. If you want to focus on Jedi powers, you can go down the Jedi Master. My combination of Jedi Guardian and Jedi Master, I'm hoping will kind of mitigate the downsides of Master, such as not being able to use, not having as many combat feats. Let's see here.
Yes? I'm training, so that if danger should strike, my body and my reflexes will be prepared. That, and I had forgotten how long hyperspace travel can be. If I do not have something to focus my attention on, I fear my sanity will erode as well.
What do you mean, Pazak? What, again?
No, I do not trust him. That too. That is untrue. You and the Iridonian trust each other. Or at least the Iridonian trusts you. We heard much of the Iridonian when we served Atris. Atris believed that the Iridonian held the knowledge to restoring Telos. Yes. His skill with machines is something beyond which most can aspire to. His shield technology surpasses the designs of even the most skilled of Ichani power architects. I do not realize if you know what it means to have such a one respect and follow you. The Iridonian allied himself with no one on the entire world of Telos, yet he will follow you at the risk of his life. His stance, in many ways, mirrors yours. Where he walks, he carries a world upon his shoulders, and like you, I do not know if he has ever faced it. I will respect your wishes, and his. Forgive me.
And neither of them want to talk about the war.
The Mandalorian Wars were like that for many. Many returned, who could not tell of their experiences in a way that could bring meaning to them. You may have... I am training, so that if danger should strike, that and I...
Which one was it?
I honor the face of my mother. It is not something usually spoken of in the company of others. Yes, that is correct. I feel that I may trust you with such things, so I shall speak of it if you wish to hear it. Though my father's blood I share with my sisters, I wear the face of my mother. My father was Usanis, an Ichani general. He left our family to serve in the Mandalorian Wars, but his choice was not because of battle. He went to join my mother, one whose movements and spirit matched his. His only desire was that they fight together, side by side, for as long as there were enemies amassed against them. I never saw her face, and she did not return from the final battle of the war. She died in the battle that shattered Malachor 5, and her body was never recovered.
Yeah.
My father returned from the Mandalorian Wars and did not enter battle again. He entered politics, a caste where one's battles are fought through words rather than action. He was slain by Revan in the Jedi Civil War. When Revan sought to destabilize the Ichani worlds, Revan succeeded. The fact that our father chose battle is not shameful, but that is not the reason he went to war. He went to war to be with the one he loved, but not the one he had pledged himself to. He was disloyal. I am the mark of that disloyalty. It is said that such things run in the blood, and I have fought long to prove that this is not so. That is why I am different from my sisters. Yet I am pledged to them, and Atris, and I would die before betraying them. I tell you this in trust, and ask that you not speak of it to others. I only wish you to know. Because when my father returned from the Mandalorian Wars, he walked as you do now. There was something wounded inside him. He did not speak of what had happened there, and with us he was silent, changed. When I look upon you, I see in you an answer to a question I have searched for all my life, and that is why I tell you this now. I do not believe you to be the monster Atris made you out to be. I believe your choice was my father's choice, and it was just as difficult. You have earned my trust. I wish to honor the trust you have shown me, and I wish to explain what you meant to me. I know it is difficult for others to see why I am here, but it was important that you know one of the reasons, and know that it is not simply duty that I am here, but because I want to be here. I want to fight with you side by side for as long as there are enemies that threaten you. You are a leader. Your stance, your every action proves it. You honor me, Exile. Together, then.
Go get
Yes?
that all banked.
No. That is untrue. I hit.
Trying to remember which one it is. I might not be able to start this conversation yet. You can get some special skills by training with the Handmaiden. We have another piece to replace for HK. So the first planet we'll be going to... So the planets that we have are as follows. We could go back to Telos at any point. Paragus is completely off the table because it's gone. But we could go to Dantooine, Korriban, Nar Shaddaa, and Onderon. I am going to go to Dantooine first. There's a lot of stuff we could do here that will help us out. In terms of, well, it has to do with the lightsaber. I'm going to be honest, we're here for the lightsaber. If you know what you're doing, this planet is, well, not Nar Shaddaa. I would say Dantooine is one of the best for building your lightsaber. We're gonna bring the Handmaiden, and we're gonna bring Beodor. As long as you have Beodor with you, you can build your lightsaber.
Another visitor? You must be here to join in the plunder of the old Jedi Enclave. You have to see Administrator Adari first. Salvagers are stripping it of anything valuable. Mostly they're collecting trash the Jedi left behind. The Enclave was bombed during the war, so there's not much left.
The halls of the Enclave are meant for Jedi. The artifacts left behind could prove dangerous in the wrong hands. We should investigate.
But since you're a salvager, I expect you already know all that. Then who are you? The only recent visitors we've had on Dantooine have been salvagers, and just to see the sights, right? You're just another salvager. Go see Administrator Adari in Kunda if you want to get into...
Just head into the building and...
Pleasant. So, first things first. Order of which we are going to be doing things. First, we are going to be going over to this guy right over here. Because... he's a... what do you sell? Droid components. And yep. He's got one of the HK parts. I'm going to go immediately turn that in, because I believe now there is a chance. So you get that from him first. Every planet you go to, there's an HK encounter somewhere. And if you get that first, you can fix HK really early. But also, the minute you go back... I will say this. Whatever first planet you go to, once you leave the Ebon Hawk, and you come back on, you're going to have an event. Everyone else will be defeated. We have been boarded again. If I remember correctly, I don't think she leaves the... oh, no, she does. But... fuck! I never actually had her leave the, that room before, so, this is interesting. I don't know if you can, lay a carpet trap there like I did with the droid. Fuck. I should have... I need to actually use my buff skills. Like, if I use Battle Meditation and Force Valor, I think I would have been way better off. What the fuck? No way, how did I actually die there? Okay, this time I'm gonna actually just immediately dip and set up my defenses. She's easier to fight if you have a lightsaber, which granted, that's true for everything in this game, because the lightsaber is fucking broken. But, I'm still not, like, my build's not set yet. There we go.
My lightsaber. You've destroyed it. I yield, Master. It is as I heard through the Force. My life for yours. You must. The alternative is only another death. And I would rather die by your hands. I have nothing to offer you. Your strength is superior. It is as I felt.
Now I've seen everything. This woman, she's a Miraluka. I didn't think any were left in this part of the galaxy. I heard they had a colony on the Midrim, almost halfway between Onderon and Dantooine. Then, it wasn't there anymore. The whole planet was wiped out. Nothing left alive. No one knows why. Well, it was a planet of her people. If they see through the Force, who knows? If they're all Force sensitive, maybe they all saw something through the Force that we can't see, and they left before it happened. Or maybe it killed them. Well, some of her wounds are pretty bad. Looks like she was already carrying her share of scars, though. I think she'll recover, yeah.
She is a threat to us. I am not asking that she be harmed or interrogated, but she is of the Sith, and she has attacked us once. She should not be allowed to walk freely on.
We've scavenged a part, so that's our second lightsaber part.
Welcome, Exile. Is there something you need? Yes, your features, your stance. There is a calm about you that I did not notice on Telos.
This is because I'm leaning a lot more towards the light side. Once you start getting close to like the max of a tier, like for light or dark, eventually the allies will make a comment.
It shows in your features. It is beautiful to see. You may ask.
Trying to remember here how to start this. Here you go. Yeah, okay, so level There we go. This is the
Training
conversation I
is
was waiting
something
for.
reserved for certain cast members of the Echani, but I do not see the harm in instructing you in some basic principles. I do not understand how you and Atris fight, but I will instruct you on how Echani children are raised on warfare. All Echani fighting principles rely on foundations. If one does not understand the most basic of fighting moves, it is not possible to understand the higher tiers. It is similar to learning the alphabet of a language before being able to use words, then sentences. As a foundation, I will instruct you in our elementary movements. The body itself is the first weapon you must master. It is not something that can be described. Let us duel, you and I, and that shall teach you more than my words can. Use only your hand and feet to strike at me, nothing else, or our combat shall be over. Do not resort to using any items or any force techniques you may possess. Such things will obstruct learning.
Yeah, so
very well.
To
I shall
train
match my
Handmaiden,
movements to resist your efforts, and do not hold back, or
you will
I
have
will
to
hurt you.
To progress Handmaiden's storyline. You have to fight her multiple times. And every time it's unarmored combat.
You fought well indeed. You have caught the principles of the style by watching and anticipating my movements. I now have a favor to ask you. The weapon the Jedi use, the Force, I would like to know more about
You
it.
have to, if you challenge her 3 times, that's how you cap your influence with her.
It is not something you can see or fight, yet the Jedi use it and
I did. Okay. So I was curious about something, so I did double check. I do have a mod increasing my experience.
Please,
it's only by like
I wish to
25% though. If I remember correctly, it's because of the fact, like, realistically speaking, unless you go through an area and grind, you're never gonna reach level cap in this game, and it's fine.
I see.
Just
Thank you,
because
Exile.
level cap
I appreciate you
isn't
sharing
really
your knowledge.
necessary. Let's see if I can just
Yes?
immediately go.
Very well. For this we will keep the etiquette of the last duel, but we Vibroblade, Bothan Stun Stick, Force Pike, whatever you wish. And
Okay,
let
we're
it-
allowed to use melee weapons, but no, what's it called? The thing is, this is really still weighted against Handmaiden because her stats are exactly as she is right now. So it's actually
fought
better
well
to do this
indeed.
really
You have
early
caught the principles of the style by
because
watching
Handmaiden
and
and not level
anticipating my
Handmaiden
movements.
until you're done.
Before you go, there is something I must know. Why did you go back? Face trial? I see. It was always something I was curious about. To walk to one's own sentence willingly. It's a brave thing.
Okay, let's see. I need one more level before I can move on with her. At least I should need one more. Let me see. Now let's grab these.
Yes? I fail to understand the problem. I had heard the Coreward systems had customs concerning modesty, but when... I can see no fault in your reasoning. I do have bulkier clothes. Will this do? They suffice for training purposes. They belong to my mother. She was the one my father followed to war. She was a Jedi. I never knew her. There is no absence of presence when there was nothing there to begin with. I miss only that I never knew her at all, and what it was about her that caused my father to follow her to war. You may ask. I do not think you...
Once she puts on the robes, I think you do need to fight her a third
You
time.
have befriended the seer. Her species does not see as we do. They perceive the galaxy through the Force, and it is how she found you. It is a rare gift squandered on her people. The Sith carry the battle to you, and you spare them. And as we travel, the empty places of this ship are filled. I hope your thoughts in this matter are clear. If you take her on as a servant, know that the Sith meet their end at the hands of their apprentices. It is not something I would wish to happen to you. This one you have saved has other masters. Though blind, she has ties to darkness. Her presence here is a threat to us, to you. Do not underestimate her, or her loyalty. Perhaps I am not Did he? And what do you make of that? The Mandalorians were right to respect you on the field of battle. The Jedi are gone, vanished. Now, an entire planet of Force sensitives wiped clean of life. And now this slice of the galaxy is blind. It is no coincidence. The two events are tied. I fear you are right. And I fear it may prove more than that. War is a hunger. And there are spirits.
Actually, I clicked off.
But there is little to be done about it now. Watch the seer carefully. She may... How many more do we intend? Then prepare. They will follow you because you are... Do not cloak one word within another. I am too old for friends. And when the years settle upon you... No, I am not blind. I see what they see, hear their voices when they speak to you, and notice the change when they speak to others. I know many things, and I know what I am not. I am no leader. I speak with a voice that will never move others. I speak with a passion that goes unheard. They obey you because you are a leader, and perhaps something more. Have you noticed what has been happening? Have you felt it in them? The fool dances in your shadow for your favor. The alien obeys you. Even within the machines there are echoes. Watch them carefully. I am but a mirror whose only purpose is to show you what your own eyes cannot yet see. I care not which of the words you use, as long as you make use of that which you forge.
Influence system.
That was Revan's way, I believe. It was a strength. You are spending time... I knew her mother. She was a Jedi Knight, a master, named Aaron Kai. Jedi are forbidden to have children, and when the crime finally came to light almost a decade later, Kai was exiled. She joined the Mandalorian Wars after the shame of her birth was revealed. Revan welcomed her, and she was said to be a skilled warrior, beautiful and strong in the Force. The Force flows strongly in the blood of those born from Force sensitives. I doubt that Aaron was any different. If the servant of Atris is of her blood, then the potential lies within her. If you train her, if you teach her the ways of the Jedi, you will be asking her to break her oath to Atris. It would be best not to train her, and let the bloodline die with Telos. Ah, that was an interesting choice of words indeed. She has sworn not to follow the path of the Jedi by her oath, but even that oath is limited. One does not need to be Jedi to learn the ways of the Force. I suspect it cares little for our codes and philosophies. You must train yourself first. Yet if you persist as you have, building her trust, then you will be training her, whether you know it or not, until the choice is hers, not yours. Spend time with her if you must, but recognize where your true loyalties lie. Ah, So then perhaps I was mistaken in my judgment. Never have you wondered what it would mean in the Ichani rituals if the two of you sparred and fought, and you won, completely and utterly? If perhaps she would give in, surrender herself to you? Few are the thoughts that can hide in the shadows of your mind. Exile, and such passions are not strength, but erosion. I cannot help but hear you at times, and such curious thoughts they are, not at all like a Jedi. But I shall keep such thoughts to myself, I think. And you should as well.
The Exile, I kind of play a little bit more, but yes, in terms of like the actual like force alignment, definitely light side. But
Yes.
Let's see here. Can't do anything yet. No, I have to win the 3rd round, which means I need 2 more levels. So for now, let's move. Well, actually, do the other thing. First things first, do the other thing I came here to do. Still going out with this party. The reason why is simply put, Beodor is for when I get the last piece to build my lightsaber, and Handmaiden is just... Handmaiden's actually pretty good in melee combat.
What do you want now?
Thing of note, if you come here after you get your lightsaber and you talk to people, a lot of characters, a lot of the NPCs around here will not talk to you if you have a lightsaber.
Do you actually believe a Jedi would return here? After all they've done to us? They wouldn't dare.
They certainly would. Well, you remember how they were. Always so superior, so arrogant, and never lending a hand when we really needed them.
I still don't believe it.
You should. My cousin's friend, he used to tend the gardens around the Enclave. He swears he saw a Jedi in Kunda. Could be hiding anywhere.
Well, I hope it's true. I hear there's a bounty on them, and we could certainly use the money.
Unless somebody beats you to it.
Are you waiting for the administrator too? You won't have to wait too long. But if you want results, I'm here to get another pat in the back from the... I'm sick of all their excuses. I fought in the war, and I know how to use my blaster rifle. If the administrator or Zeron doesn't do something, then I will. Salvagers are the problem. They strip bare the ruins that belong to the people of Dantooine. Then they sell what they find back to us at inflated prices. I'm not a violent man. I've had my share of it in the war. I sincerely hoped I could just hang my blaster rifle on the wall as a souvenir for my grandchildren. But I can't farm without my equipment. Well, yes and no. I brought my moisture vaporator to Kunda to be serviced. On the way back to my farm, I took a shortcut next to the Enclave ruins. Damn Lagrix came out of nowhere. I had to run before they made a meal of me. When I returned to retrieve my equipment, the salvagers had already stripped it bare. My farm is the closest to the Enclave ruins. It has to be someone nearby, and if the mercenaries wanted it, they'd just take it in broad daylight. The closest place besides that is the salvager camp, so it has to be them. You ever met one of them? Thievery wouldn't be too far a stretch for any of them. The other day I had to take a shot at one of them. Soon someone is going to get killed, and Dantooine has enough trouble without that. A lot of farming equipment. It's not even valuable, just important for the moisture vaporators and hydroprocessors. The thief must be desperate for credits. I suppose you could. Actually, you almost look like a salvager. If you could go to this salvager camp and convince the salvager Joran... I'm not rich, but I have some... That...
If you have restored content, this quest was actually changed between final release and the original.
Come in. Welcome, Kunda.
I am Administrator Turina Adari.
I don't know
You
why
are the
everyone's
owner
transparent.
Of the ship that just landed? Depending on your business here, the pleasure may be mutual, but you didn't answer my question. Is that ship yours?
Okay, yeah, no, it's one of my mods.
And unless I'm much mistaken, that's the Ebon Hawk. That vessel has been on Dantooine before, during the war. That was a Jedi vessel.
It was Revan's.
That is an unfortunate truth. And a wise request, which of course I will honor. Most settlers here hold bitter memories of the Sith occupation. Right or wrong, our settlers blame the Jedi and their hidden enclave for their suffering. I remember the old Jedi Masters and the considerable help they lent to Dantooine. I still maintain discreet connections with Jedi. I suppose your arrival here is no coincidence. My friend, let's just call him Vrook. We've known each other for many years, and our continued friendship could create many problems in the current political climate. He came to Dantooine not too long ago. He was looking into something quite important. He's gone missing recently. Vrook and I had a mutually beneficial arrangement for several weeks. He went to the Jedi Enclave sublevel recently and hasn't returned. I know the sublevel is dangerous. I'm starting to fear the worst. Would you be willing to go to the ruins of the Enclave to look for him? We are fortunate that you've come. Don't expect it to be easy, though. Things rarely are with Jedi. I will have one of the militia transmit permissions to the Enclave's security door. Go expecting danger, for you will most certainly find it there. Is there anything else?
Okay, so yeah. You know, Rook's here. We already have our lead for him. I don't care, man. I'm just here to sell some shit. I need credits. Let's see. What I'm going to sell is... Where is the... Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna sell one of these. Just because not many characters on my party can use it. I'm not gonna train to use it because I'm not using blaster rifles as a main weapon, and that is 2 points, like, feats I would have to invest to be able to use that rifle. If HK can use it, I'll give it to HK. Yeah, so in terms of where we are, though, on Dantooine, we're actually on the opposite side of the map from Coder 1. From Next to the Republic 1. Yes, I think we are. Either way, when we entered the temple, we're at a completely different part.
Let's get this over with. Let's get this over with. This won't take long.
I shall honor them with battle. Prepare yourself.
There are a couple characters I would recommend just not saving levels for. Obvious ones are the droids, the T3M4 and HK-47. The characters who come to the party as Jedis, as Force users, there's no reason to save their, what's it called? I'm drawing a blank. Oh, yeah, there's no reason to save their, points. I mean, their levels, because the main reason you want to save levels are for prestige classes. But, like, for example, HK-47 doesn't have a prestige class. Neither does T3M4.
You a new salvager? Or one of those Kunda cantina rats coming here to complain? Well, we don't need another one. Look around this camp. We got the salvaging more than covered. I'm gonna give you some advice. If you're not going to listen to anybody, maybe you can help me out. The only place that has anything is the sub-level. And only a couple of fools have gone there. And they're now dead fools. Now, I'd like to do the decent thing and get their bodies and put them to rest. That hole isn't a fit place for a salvager. So, if you find a couple human corpses down there, just grab their gear and their bodies. I'll pay you 500 credits for each of them. I've been...
Yeah, I don't care. I'm just here to buy your artifacts, which, yeah, she sells Jedi Knight robes and some special crystals, but as you can see, the prices are a bit high. So the one I want is... There we go. I just wanted to buy the crystal just because we do need a crystal to be able to build the lightsaber.
Do you feel it? The wound on this world. It is
I see
centered
3
here.
HKs.
If we succeed in gathering the Jedi, they will come to this place. And if those Jedi are slain, then all that remains of the Order shall be drawn here as well. We will know, and I hope our enemies.
So I will say this. That's kind of the hint. I usually recommend Dantooine first, just because it does feel like when it... Either Dantooine or Nar Shaddaa. They feel like they are the most logical places for you to go to first.
To find you, Jedi. Annoying recitation. Let us proceed to facilitate communications. Threat.
Reason why is this kind of sets the stage, like all the Jedi Relic will come here. I think that's the last piece needed for HK.
Who are we missing? We're one off.
We're missing Joran. I don't see Joran.
That runt of a Cathhound, he's the one with the backpack. Did anybody grab anything from the room? Anybody? What do you want? You won't find anything there except on the lowest sub-level, and there you'll only find death. Lagreks are everywhere. I managed to get this sad lot of salvagers to work together. Then we get 2 rooms into the sub-level, and we get swarmed by Lagrex. And even then we fight our way out. But of course the only one that managed to grab the salvage is still in there. I don't even know why I bothered. I'm not going to tell you that. If you do rescue him, you'll just have to claim on the salvage. Jedi artifacts are rare enough these days without some newcomer coming in. So stay out of it, and we won't have a problem. Are you kidding? Of course we aren't. He's on his own. I only wish he didn't have the salvage on him. Now, if you don't mind, we're going someplace you can't eavesdrop on.
Like Beodor just stepping into their way. The Lagrix are going to be the main enemy we face down here, and there's a lot of them. If you don't have an ability that hits groups of enemies like Force Wave yet, you might want to hold off on coming here. These guys can be a bit rough. Not even because like they're like super strong, though they do regenerate health every few seconds. As you see, 4 HP at a tick. But if you know what you're doing and you have the right, screw it. I don't have the skill to deal with that.
How do you handle this?
If you have something that guarantees damage, then they're not too bad to deal with. Beodor, I don't really care so much about his level, just because of the fact, Beodor as a Jedi he's just not that good because of the fact that he can't wear any armor. I think he's a Jedi Guardian, if I remember correctly. Maybe he's a Jedi Guardian or a Jedi Sentinel. Before I get Master Heal, I'm actually going to take Force Storm. Just because the damage. It's also a lot more reliable for hitting groups of enemies than Lightning or even... well, actually, Force Wave is just good in general, but it's just not... It's more... Force Wave is more for the stun potential than it is the damage. And yeah, this is added re-added content.
My Lagrex! You've killed him. They're my pets. I'm not a thief. People give to the Jedi in exchange for service. They were just giving. You're one of them. Just another stinking salvager and thief, stealing what belongs to Jedi. I'm a Padawan, and one day I will learn enough to be a Jedi. I was studying here when Darth Malik and the Sith came. I was outside the Enclave when my master left me at the Madalay estate. Shen protected me. But the Sith came asking questions. All the Madalays died. But I hid. Even when the estate was burning, I hid. So I hide. I'm hiding until my master returns. You were? I had no idea. You aren't anymore? Are there any Jedi left? Is that even possible? That's horrible! Are there any masters left to teach us? I remember him. I sent my Legrex to get him to leave, but he just made my pets stop. I was going to talk to him, but the mercenaries came for him. They never come down here. I was surprised and hid. There was a big fight. They said they were going to take him someplace. I know that was wrong. I'll stop. I was just trying to get enough credits to eat. But I'll think of something else. Something that doesn't hurt anyone. I found some things. I don't know how to use them. Here, you can have them. I had a holocron, but it said terrible things. I threw it far away. It told me the Jedi were no more, that I needed to survive and do anything to protect my home. The holocron was more forceful the longer I learned. It frightened me.
Probably a Sith holocron.
I threw it into the ruins. I went back to find it, but the salvager stole it. It was my only teacher. I don't know. I'll try to find a master to teach me. There have to be some left. I'm not going to use the Force until I find one. So much has gone wrong. Should I feel bad that I feel better? But I still need to find a master. The lessons I learned, I think I need to unlearn them. And also with you.
With that, we get a crystal and our last lightsaber piece.
Hey, General. You look like you've been standing too close to one of my shield generators. Whoa, claws out today, aren't they? Seriously, you don't look that way from spending extra time in the fresher. I've seen other Jedi, not many but a few, who look like that. And I feel a little strange around you. A little more in control, calm, like I usually only get when I'm repairing something. Was there something you wanted me for? Let's see what. That's everything.
Oh, wait. Shit, I did not mean to make it double-bladed. Yeah, I can work with it for now. I meant to make, a single-bladed, but it's fine. It'll work out because there's plenty of opportunities here to get more lightsabers. Because now any spot where I was supposed to get a lightsaber part, I will just get a lightsaber. When I get 2 blades, I'll give this one to the handmaiden. I can't believe I did that, though. That was stupid of me. This door is where the
General?
The salvager we were asked to find is.
Let me handle this.
What? That's one of the 2 dead salvagers we're looking for. I'll say this, there are plenty of opportunities on Dantooine to get lightsaber parts, so don't... And if you already have your lightsaber, there's plenty of options. This is an area where you're gonna find a lot of lightsabers. I missed a room. I know there's a room around here for that lets me do something funny. Actually, I might be wrong, and it might be further up.
Take them.
There they are.
Yeah?
Shit. It costs 3 parts for me to do it. Yeah, I'm better off having Beodor do this. You want to send them out because 1, plenty of experience, and 2, they will kill anything in their path. as you can see. And with the AC of these enemies the way it is, it's better just to let the droids do it. And all we have to do is go around and clean up the ones that they miss.
Let us test ourselves. If I'm gonna be honest, I do think the lightsaber models are a little bit better in this game than they were in Knights 1. Like, a lot of the model work is just the same as it was in the last game. So, there isn't like a huge difference. Oh, it's because Handmaiden's in the way. Let's wait. I just realized that. Did I lose Force Jump? No, I still have it. So yeah, it was just, I got worried for a second. Yeah, it was just because Handmaiden was in the way. There we go. So this door back here, this is the one I actually need to open for story progression. But I'm going to go around and clear out the rest of the area first, because once I open that, I'm going to lose Handmaiden for a bit. At least until I get outside. And this is why I love Force Storm. Stay for 5 seconds and run. Because once that, it's the only way to open this door. And there's a lot of containers to check out in here. Some chemicals. Heavy sonic blaster. I don't expect anything too crazy. But I might be able to get some more stuff to sell. I hope I'm showing why I think force powers are so good in this game. Because of the fact that a lot of them are usually based off your Jedi level. Some of the powers in Knights 1 just didn't get to shine. Tamper with the will. So these are the bodies of the salvagers you were asked to find. If you give him to her, she basically runs off. She doesn't care about them. It's the fact that their will is they found a bunch of shit and she wants to lay claim. But if you tamper with the will, it's in your name now, and you can lay claim to their stuff, which is a bunch of Jedi relics. Now, warning, this will get you some dark side points, but I mean, it's not that bad. What are you doing here? I think that's all of them. I will say this, most of the maps, I do find it easier to get around them. Because instead of being, like, laid out in, like, a linear path, it's a lot more just, like, circular, I guess is the best way to describe it.
I am an historian and scientist working for the Republic, although I'm certain my contemporaries would judge me more a historian than scientist. Like you, I was looking for some trace of the Jedi. I had heard mention that one of the Jedi Masters had gone there, but I found no trace of them. No. It is something of a mystery why they would exile themselves as they have. It is not the way of the Jedi to vanish in such a way, especially when the Republic is in need of them. I
don't know, they did that during the Mandalorian Wars.
Something that we cannot see. And again, perhaps the Jedi are hiding simply because so many people hate them these days. It is difficult sometimes for Jedi to see such things, since much of it is rooted in human nature, and the Jedi are often removed from events of daily life, insulated. But the reason the Jedi Civil War was named such was because few in the galaxy can recognize the difference between the Sith and the Jedi. To them, they are both Jedi, with different philosophies.
That's an interesting way to look at it.
Hate? No. I do not hate them. They only raise questions without answers. Jedi are not supposed to be like the rest of us. They are supposed to see a higher purpose in all things. And they are supposed to train students responsibly and well, so mistakes of the past are not repeated. Yet all I saw was ignorance and arrogance, and what those seeds created in the Republic. It is difficult to follow the Jedi Code when so few others have. But you know this. Before you go, I had a question for you. You came to Dantooine in search of Jedi. Why? What answers do you seek? It has been my experience that Jedi rarely answer such questions, or instead indulge in half-truths. Exiled you. It is strange they would sentence you and not speak honestly of your crime. It is not the Jedi way to lie. Well, no, that is not true. There are times when truth is concealed if they think a greater good can be achieved. But when such things are done, it is always done with the intention that the person they withheld truth from cannot be trusted with that knowledge, that it will bring harm upon themselves and others. Perhaps there was some greater danger in you knowing the reason than in the reason itself. Strange. Mysterious are the ways of the Jedi. Sometimes they see things the rest of us do not. Other times, such sight brings arrogance and a fall. In any case, it seems to me like our goals are compatible. If you would have me, I can apply my knowledge and skills to helping you find the answers you seek.
Yeah, Disciple here is the other character parallel to, Handmaiden. That item I just got, the Party Swap, is an item from one of the mods I have that allows me to switch out Disciple for Handmaiden in terms of the, Party Select. But it can only be used in areas where, I could normally switch my party. So, like, for example, in here, I don't think it'll work here. Yeah. Because I can't change my party here. Can't. I'm laying up. PK is just letting me know, like, oh, Leon doesn't use the Silver Ghost anymore. I'm like, yeah, no. I think he's playing Requiem right now. Let me check my Steam. Oh, I didn't mean for that. Yeah, he's playing Requiem right now. Oh my god. Leon's new main handgun. The Requiem. What the fuck? I love the fact that he just gives it to the fucking girl. It's just like... It's basically breaking her fucking wrists. I'm trying to remember the caliber for the Requiem. It's kind of insane. Here we go. Yeah, so it's based... The Requiem Hand Magnum is based off of the Russian RSH-12. It is chambered in 12 by 55 STS-130. It is designed to pierce. What the Leon using? Where the fuck did he get this gun? I love Resident Evil sometimes.
Is that you? You must be fierce.
Now you could buy stuff off of like buy this guy's
Thanks for
salvage.
saving me.
Don't buy it here.
It's all Tapelay's fault. She said the entryway to the sublevel was safe enough. This area's hardly been explored. We barely got in here. And then everybody started going left and right, grabbing anything they could. It was every man for himself, and nobody was watching for Lagrex. Then before you know it, we were under attack by those beasts. So salvagers were running every which way, and they left me to die. No, I didn't get anything. Now, I guess you're right. I grabbed a couple of things in the room we were in. I didn't want to tell you because you might make a claim for it. I need the credits. Now, I hadn't thought of that. We could arrange some. I managed to grab 3 things. One's some sort of crystal, and the other looks like parts. For a lightsaber, maybe, I don't know. If you give me 1,300 credits, you can have... A pleasure doing.
I charge more, but yeah, 1,300.
Visit if you like.
Yeah. It's a special. Wow, red crystal, a pure crystal lens, and a fencing emitter. Not bad, not bad. Still kind of annoyed with myself for this lightsaber issue.
Brave the perils of the sublevel, yes. For now, not only do I get rich salvage, negotiation, and now...
I was gonna take a note about Disciple. Disciple also acts as a mobile lab station. So, you know, that's a thing. Okay. By the way, as I mentioned, if you have a lightsaber out, the citizens of Tatooine will actually ignore you or be wary around you. If you just switch over to your secondary slot and it's like a blaster or a vibro sword, they will be completely fine with you. They only care what's in your primary slot. In your equipped loadout. So if like you go up to them with like the saber in your offhand, they still will see it and be like, no. But if you go up to them holding a blaster, they'll be like, oh, okay, you're just a salvager. The only thing of note with the party swap mod, it does not change your actual party, like the reticle when you're, not the reticle, the party selection menu. You have to use it when you get to the surface. This doesn't really matter in most areas from what I remember, because most areas you'll still always be able to switch out your party.
The more worlds we travel to, the more questions I have. It's not just the hardships of the people, but something more. You are right, but there is something more at work here. The attacks on Qatar, Telos itself, the decay on Dantooine. Something is wrong, but I cannot pinpoint what. It's like their connections have become sickened, damaged. Sometimes I feel like I almost understand, and then just slips away.
Welcome back!
K-47 activated. Running checks through primary systems. Assessment. It appears I have suffered considerable damage and dismemberment. I can feel all the cracks in my motivators. And my central control cluster seems to have taken several repeated blaster shots at close range. How crude.
How crude?
Answer. I do not know, Master. It is curious that I was here, although this place does seem familiar. Extrapolation. Perhaps someone was already in the process of rebuilding me. It may be I was needed for some task. Answer. Oh, that is impossible, Master. If I were out to kill you, we would not be speaking. And regardless, I am a unique model. Why, to think that there would be other versions of me would be unacceptable. Statement. Master, I must inform you that your attempts at humor are wasted on a droid such as I. As I have expressed, I am unique. Resignation. Very well, Master. If you persist in your attempts at humor, I shall indulge you. Let me check the ship's records, and we will settle this matter once and for all. Conclusion. You speak the truth. This discovery is also causing me some degree of anger and humiliation.
You alright?
Mockery. Am I all right? Oh, yes, Master. Why, I am fine. Statement. I've only just been reactivated, only to find that there are substandard duplicates of me running all over the galaxy, corroding my good name. But if they are in fact hunting you, then I look forward to the opportunity to meet these units and educate them in proper assassination protocols. Conclusion. So it seems I need you, for the time being. Recitation. Yes, as I said, I am an assassin droid. It is my primary function to burn holes through meat bags that you wish removed from the galaxy. Master, oh, how I hate that term.
What, meatbag?
Answer. No, Master. I said it again.
I love HK in this game. Like, don't get me wrong, HK-47 was great in the first game, but, like, in this one, he's just so much more expressive, especially during that little bit where he's like, oh, I hate that term. What, meatbag? No, Master. Oh, I said it again.
Answer. Yes, Master. HK-47 is ready to serve.
Yeah, so he's got his assassination protocols, which do increase his blaster damage. Okay, so with everything I've done, though, I should be able to get two of my characters here, two of my party members to,
I think you are ready for the final tier I wish to teach.
Force sensitivity.
You have made much progress. For this, you may use any melee weapon and any shields you possess, but nothing else. No Jedi saber, and no other items. We shall begin this final lesson then. Atris was correct about you. You know war, its motions and currents. There is nothing more I can teach you. I have already learned much of your styles and combat. There is no need to know more. Combat among the Ichani is a personal thing. Repeated duels are not what they are in other cultures, and I would rather that this not become more than it is. And I have taken an oath to Atris against studying from a Jedi, or anything of the Jedi teachings. My father broke his oaths. He shamed us all. I do not wish to follow his path. I swore not to follow his path. If I were to follow a Jedi against Atris's wishes, then I would be betraying her for you. This is a difficult thing for me to say, but I ask that you be silent as I tell you this. It is my desire to learn from you what you can teach me of battle. I have already learned much in our duels, but with every battle, I wish to know more of you. Your stance, your movements. I can sense shades of meaning and an echo of something I have yet to experience. Atris said that you were the only Jedi to have survived the Mandalorian Wars, that you had stared into the heart of war and only turned away because you were forced to. I do not believe her. I believe that you made a choice, as my father did, and that is important to me, more than you know.
And you are important to me more than you know. I will accept whatever you wish to teach me, though it breaks my oath to Atris. What of her? As I said, I knew
If you've already
about
talked
her.
to Kreia beforehand, you'll know that she's a she will not move on with the training until you talk to Kreia about her mother being a Jedi.
This is already known to me. Why are you telling me this? I think I have always known this. It has always been in my thoughts. As I followed Atris, perhaps what I wished to follow was the call of my bloodline, of my mother. I have felt incomplete, hollow since her loss at Malachor 5. And with your help, perhaps this wound might be healed.
And so it ends.
I want you to teach me the ways of the Force, to become a Jedi Knight like my mother. There is the betrayal of Atris, and there is the betrayal of my mother and father. After seeing you in battle, I know you more than I have ever known Atris, and I am not convinced that serving her is the greater good. I want to feel what my mother felt for my father, what ran through my mother's veins when she was one with the Force. I wish to hear what my mother heard as she fought the Mandalorians, until the moment she died on Malachor 5. I will not let you down, Exile. I will honor you as I honor the face of my mother.
She's now a Jedi Guardian.
Betrayal. Betrayal.
Betrayal?
Mistress?
She has betrayed me. The last of your sisters has betrayed me. Betrayed us. She is your sister no more. She does not travel with the exile. Instead, she has chosen to walk the path of the Jedi.
Mistress, forgive us, but are you certain? She would not forsake her oath so lightly.
It is the truth, and it is done. Do you doubt me?
No, Mistress. It is you who saved the Jedi upon Dantooine, who have collected their knowledge and hid it here to protect it.
But
I don't know, that room doesn't look like Jedi
how did she
holocrons.
fall? It is a sign of the exile's corruption, and perhaps hers as well. She will train her, and she will be flawed.
So with the fact though that like Atris there has specifically she says she will train her. That means seems like it was originally intended.
What do you mean, This is Ronto Scrag. What house rule says I have to go first? Yeah, well, I'm still not convinced you aren't cheating.
Warning, if you draw another ±1 card, I will enact assassination protocols.
This droid's cleaning me out. Sure, but I don't have any more credits to bet, so it's Republic Senate rules.
I didn't mean to. Okay, no, hey, we're gonna be playing some Pazak. Let's go. But no, it looks like it was originally intended though for, be able to recruit Handmaiden as a female Jedi. It's Republic Senate rules, so you don't bet credits. This is a good way, though, to practice and get familiar with the game of Pazak. It's just like it was back in the last game. Oh, and there's this bit. I love this conversation.
Statement. My memory core has suffered some damage. Statement. Yet somehow, a gap in my circuits makes me feel as if I should remember you. Statement. This is all the more important since during my routine inspection of all potential escape routes from this vessel, I made an interesting discovery. Observation. The navicomputer is voice-locked. As a consequence, you are now responsible for course corrections and astrogation. Statement. That is indeed a great burden. It also raises many questions. Query, why would someone lock the navicomputer? Answer, presumably to hide where one has been. Statement, I believe you've been somewhere. Somewhere you wish to keep hidden.
So talk about the place that T3 wants to keep hidden. I am correct. The place T3 is trying to keep hidden. Alright, she needs to level up at least once. So because she hasn't leveled up yet, Handmaid hasn't gained access to all of the Jedi stuff yet. That'll be fixed once I level her up at least once. I should also...
There is something I have observed. I have found your presence.
I might be able to make Disciple a Jedi also. Disciple and Handmaiden are both really easy to make Jedi.
You seem to have found your center. I understand now why others followed you to
Aten
war.
is the hardest.
Perhaps that is
or one
what
of the hardest.
leadership is.
Beodor is...
It is something I have seen in only
Beodor
a few during my
and
travels.
Aten are pretty much all centered around
It has been some time since
one
I
planet.
traveled with a Jedi.
One planet each.
Nor one so firmly upon the path. I wanted to thank you. I fear the stories that were spoken of you have misrepresented you. And if I have the opportunity, I shall reverse them whenever they arise. Very well. I imagine in your... Forgive, you are that Jedi. But the records are somewhat evasive on why this was done. I wanted to discuss why you chose to leave the Jedi Order and accept exile. I see. And because you went to war, they cast you out? Do you have a record of this trial? Perhaps I shall examine it when I get the chance, with your permission.
So I didn't have the influence, so I just moved on.
I appreciate your trust.
Okay, now that I have
studied, I must confess that I was searching for some meaning beyond the records. A reason for why one would leave the Order. Yes, but exile is rare, and I have found it is not really something that the Order can enforce. Believe it or not, it was really your choice. I don't think so. Perhaps some of them felt strongly about your sentence, but I think something else concerned them. Again, the choice to turn away was yours, not theirs. You are correct. I am afraid I have not been entirely open with you concerning my past. If I look familiar, it is because we have met before, at the Enclave on Dantooine, many years ago. As on Coruscant, Force-sensitive children are taken to Dantooine as well, though it is done rarely and only with those they believe are destined to become Jedi Knights. It is the secret nature of the place. If you are not chosen by a master when you have come of age, however, then the path of the Jedi is denied to you. I met you on Dantooine, long ago, briefly. You taught us the ways of combat, how to hear music within the movements of a lightsaber blade. It is difficult to explain the difference between you and Master Vrook, but I think it is because he was knowledgeable, but not a leader, not a mentor. You were different. We could all feel it. And I knew that if I were to have a master, I would want it to be you. And then you went to war. Many Jedi went to war, and the Jedi Masters proclaimed that you were Jedi no longer. Atris, the mistress of the Archives, was first among them. I knew at that moment that if you would no longer be a Jedi, then you must be correct. I realized I did not want to be a Jedi. Instead, I wished to follow your path, and in any event, there was no one to train me even if I wished it. They all went to war as I grew past the age of acceptance. It is possible to forget the Force, you know. If you have not felt it strongly enough, then there is little to miss. But I never felt the Force as strongly as I did when I was with you. And so I decided to serve the Republic, study the Jedi teachings, gather them perhaps. It was important to me to understand the Jedi now that they were gone. I felt some part of you should be preserved, so that your lessons would not be lost. Perhaps I still harbor doubts about the path I walked. It is not...
Just...
Yes, is something... That... It is not... I am on a diplomatic mission.
Okay, I don't have
I'm
enough
several
yet.
tasked with attempting to contact any remaining Jedi and convince them to return to the Republic. I know something of the Jedi. I have studied them for a good portion of my life, and now that they are gone, such studies are even more important. I do not think it is a matter of luck or chance, only my own inability to find them. While the Enclave trained me for many things, I am afraid that the life of a bounty hunter was not among them. I suspect my turning away from the Force is also a hindrance in such cases. I imagine the Jedi would be easier to find if I still maintained my connections to the Force. No. It is something of a mystery why they would exile themselves as they have. It is not the way of the Jedi to vanish, and I fear that there... Then again... It is difficult, but the...
I think this is all... Yeah, this is all stuff we've already had. And here you go, this is new.
Not always. Jedi often fall. They cause much harm on Onderon, for example, in the name of peace and protection. Uleg Keldroma and Exar Kun, the two Dark Lords during the Sith War many decades ago, were once Jedi Knights, as were Revan and Malak. It is perhaps more amazing that some still trust Jedi after many have fallen and endangered the galaxy. It is also proof that a single Force wielder can change the face of the galaxy. And that is a frightening thing indeed. Yes, is something... At times, I meditate. I try to treasure these moments before the next crisis begins. Of course.
If you meditate with him, you will actually improve your Force points through him.
I try to treasure these moments.
And gain some more influence.
I think you are right. I have watched.
There we go.
You have become strong in the Force again. But that is not all. You have achieved a center in the chaos around us, and I have felt it, my master. The one intended for me, left to fight in the Mandalorian Wars. Now she has returned. And I ask her now if she will train me in the ways of the Force. The one who was to be my master was lost at Malachor 5.
So it ends.
I want you to teach me the ways of the Force, to become a Jedi Knight, what I meant to be.
Yep, he will be a Jedi Consular. Aten and Beodor, like I said, you can't really work on theirs until you go to certain planets. So the way the party swap mod works, I can basically send one party member back and swap them out with Handmaiden.
Ready to serve.
First things first. Level up Handmaiden, so this way she gets all of the Jedi proficiencies. Focus on HK's repair because of the fact that that's what he uses to heal. Yeah, that's what I was upgrading him for. This way, There we go. We can finally use that plasma projector we've been carrying this whole time.
Any luck on Excellent. How did you do? It has to be someone near their camp. Are they turning on their own? That's about all I know. Really? So it isn't a salvager. Oh, the war. I guess I had it all wrong. I thought those salvagers were to blame. Look, if you see her again, tell her maybe we could... She's already shown she knows something about farming equipment. I know a lot of people that need a second. Here's your reward.
Ooh. It's not this one. It's this door.
I'm the militia cap. Talk to Burr. You got any? I'm sure you want.
Here we go.
I'll tell you what I... Let me see the will. Let me see.
Yep. Just moving past this. This is what I talked about. I left the claim, so... Oh, come on! I took those points for nothing. Yeah. Because I was hoping it would give me, a single bladed, but nope. Nope, just another double.
I hope that you haven't... Is there anything...
Not yet. To be honest with that reward's better than give... Because if you give it to, the woman in the salvager's cap, she claims that stuff for herself. You can get it from her, and she gives you, like, 1,000 credits. It is better just to claim it for yourself. Wow, we got some more old friends out here. Yeah, so the kid rats are now loose. They are going to be wandering the plains. Oh, the rock was in my way. Master heals are so good because of the fact I'm adding my force level, my charisma modifier, and my wisdom modifier. So it's such a good ability. the Kinrath don't seem to notice the mercenary. You can run up to him and steal, steal his secret for, getting the Kinrath to annoy him. I mean, from attacking him, but it does get you dark side points. And to be honest, I don't really need it. I'd rather fight the Kinrath.
Yeah.
She just doesn't have the ability to use it yet.
Yes.
God damn it!
Yes.
Just realized I haven't picked up the finesse for lightsabers. I need to get that. I'm just gonna power level Handmaiden really quick. I mean, this is why I was saving so many, levels for her. It was just so I could power level her, Jedi abilities.
Yes.
A challenge.
There you go. This is what I was looking for.
This place affects me strangely.
Force-sensitive locations such as this absorb and reflect force energy. The crystals are catalyst here. I sense that Revan once passed through here, leaving a strong impression behind in the crystals. Perhaps future Jedi who visit this cave will feel our presence, as if seeing our footprints preserved in the soil.
Yeah, this is the same cave as the one we found in Knights 1.
This will teach you.
I don't think the Kinra's eggs hide anything in this version. But this is the big one you want to check. This crystal will be named after you.
This is very rare indeed.
So this crystal, its effects are determined by your alignment. So, it will behave differently if you are dark side or light side. And you can only use it on yourself, and if I'm at least in my own experience, it's one of the best crystals in the game. And there's Master Baroque. I'm just saving, just so I can reload and fix the audio glitch. And it's still happening. I think I might do, because there is a save editor for this game. One thing I might do is, save edit my, if I can, my choice to switch off of, Master to Weapon. But, I don't know, I've been enjoying Jedi, having the extra
I said
force.
leave, not...
Always rushing into action without thinking of the consequences. What? You're expecting thanks? Kunda is in danger, and you've ruined the best chance of averting a full-scale conflict. Is this a joke to you? People's lives are at stake. Every action has consequences, no matter how small or insignificant they seem. And even the smallest choice has the potential for harm. The Mandalorian Wars was proof of this. Intentions mean nothing if a greater tragedy is caused. I need to get to Kunda and warn them. They could be attacked at any moment. If you wish to prove yourself, then do so. The mercenaries have allied themselves with the Exchange and are planning to attack Kunda. They've been holding off for the right moment. And now, since they lost their captive Jedi, they'll attack immediately. I'm going to try to reach Administrator Adari. Time is of the essence.
Thing is, I don't compare this to the Mandalorian Wars because of the fact he was willing to let himself be captured and turned over to the Exchange to protect the people of Kunda. The issue is he had no guarantee that they would keep their end of the bargain. But his intentions there are good. Unlike with the Mandalorian Wars, where it was just ignoring people who were suffering. And yes, I know, it's like, oh, meeting the Mandalorians in combat's what they wanted, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yes, you're right. But holy fuck, they were just gonna keep going until they were fought. It's like orcs in 40K, they don't fucking stop.
You are the Jedi I've heard reports of, and I am Azkul, leader of the mercenaries on Dantooine. That is correct, and according to my reports, I have 4 times as many. It is inevitable that I will succeed. Of course, I will pay well. You better.
I applaud your conviction. A lesser person might have deceived these brutes to avoid battle.
Men, I trust you can handle this Jedi.
HK, kill him. Holy fuck! Oh, do I have to go through that whole cave again? Okay, good. I think, yeah, okay, so, yeah, it's right it's right before I save.
Always rushing into action.
Yeah, let's try this again.
You are. You. Men, I trust you can handle this Jedi.
This time instead of opening up with Force Storm, let's open up with Force Wave, get us... Oh!
This will teach
that was... It all fucking failed those checks. I did not expect them all to fail their checks like that, but that was fucking funny. So you may notice there are now landmines around Kunda. And this is where planet stories differ from Knights 1. Knights 1, there was really no consequences for your actions. Or at least not in the short term. It was all like long-term actions, like, oh, we cut off the Republic's supply of Kolto, blah, blah, blah. In this one, you see the consequences of your actions very quickly. Especially on planets like Dantooine. Dantooine and Alderaan, I think, are the ones you see the consequences of your actions immediately.
I see you have found the elusive Master Vrook. He's told me that his rescue complicated our situation to some degree. I can't say that I anticipated that. I thank you for finding him, though. Vrook has informed me that the mercenaries devised a plan of attack to annihilate Kunda itself. I must ask for your aid again, Jedi. Zeron says that even with a plan, the mercenaries have to gather their forces, then coordinate their assault. So we still have time. I'm afraid the militia has not been adequately trained for the task that befalls them. Here is a MasterCard. Soon, all the civilians will be evacuated.
So yeah, we've got a security card. If you talk to Zoran, he'll give you suggestions for, like, you know, where to go around and to improve defenses.
Thanks for the help.
Let's see here. First one to do is this. You can either improve the defenses or sabotage them. That's just faster. Couldn't activate that one's shields, but still better condition than what it was. The turret control system. Can I change my party in here?
I'm here.
Oh, T3 is an expert droid. Okay, I thought he was Astromech's class. Just trying to boost his computer use as high as it'll go, because if I can, that means I won't have to use computer spikes on that terminal. So that way I don't have any leftover points. So basically, with that, T3 can deal with anything but first aid. Go to the Kunda Plains.
Hey, get away from that.
Sorry, this door is blocked off. What?
Oh no, I have to, okay, I guess I have to talk to him first. Let me head back inside. We've already improved some of the defenses, so the turrets, if you didn't fix them, would attack both friendlies and hostiles. The droids wouldn't do anything, and you'd be down some people who were injured by the turret.
I was right about mercenaries. We could use people. We also got the 3 turrets outside.
Already done.
The men who were wounded by the turrets are holding. I've had some men lay. We got. I don't know if it's certain.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes?
Now we can actually interact with everything. So, first things first, before I go back outside, I'm going to see if T3 can improve the, activate the shield on the droid with the limited parts I have. Yeah, that's only if I wanted to turn against the people here. If you're going dark side, you do basically program everything to just kill them. Essentially, the way that you handle dark side with this is that you... I'm trying to remember here exactly how it works. Yeah, you remove the mines, you turn them against... Well, you don't get any security, you you immobilize the injured guards, turn the turrets against the allies, and then you side with the mercenaries. Okay, there we go, door's locked.
Charanana gundoso remina Terewana jun konata dela raguno tuna dai rinto runto wakare kwe wap gerebu ninso telepachan gorsadarane gra delunuta choloren Terewana jun konata dela raguno tuna dai rinto runto kare papanara rinto runto wakare kwe wap gerebu Terewana jun rinto
Go. That's all I'm gonna do for the security. I could go around and recruit the salvager we saved as a member of the militia, but I don't find them to be the most useful.
I was right about the mercy. You sure? All right. Then we got a lot to do.
After we're done this, though, we're going to be calling the stream.
As you are here to bolster Kunda's defense, I will hurry to the mercenary camp and delay their assault however I can.
I imagine that the mercenaries have got 2 goals in this whole thing. Kill me and kill the administrator. The rest of the settlers won't have courage to resist if they succeed. The administrator's locked up in her office tight, which means that the mercs have to go through us and Kunza's defenses. It isn't gonna be easy. I suspect we're gonna have to fight on the inside. They've got 3 entrances they're gonna try and break in. Here's the front door, the security door on the side, and the garage door in back.
Security doors
We
are
got 3
sealed.
squads of militia. We can assign people to the front, back, or inside. Backside has to guard 2 entrances. The front will have to fight more people, and the inside will have to deal with any that break through. So, where do you... First squad is most experienced. Third squad is new and not trained too well, and they may break in combat. They need a good... So, where do you... The battles that had the least dying were always... Where do you want this? Alright, where do you want the... Fine by me.
I don't think it really matters. It's just however you want to make the fights easier or harder. I'll take the front.
That's what I would... Once the fighting's... Thanks to you, they're gonna have a tougher job. That's about it. Now we just need to dig in and wait for the mercs to come. Well, I'll tell them what's there to do. I'm not much for words. Alright, I'll assemble the men. I hope you can speak good.
I have very high persuasion. You can use this to either demoralize the men or inspire them.
You're much better with words than me. I think it'll really help. Let's get ready for the mercenaries. If we fall here, all of Dantooine falls with us.
Tell me what you see, soldier.
They're mobilizing the militia. Looks like a lot of activity down there.
They've been warned. It won't be of any use. The plan doesn't change. Captains, prepare your men. Their leader, Administrator Tarina, must not survive the battle. Everything else is secondary to that objective.
Here they come. Oh shit. I mean, oh fuck, I have to do that all again. One thing I'm going to have to change.
Rushing into action without thinking
I think
of the
it's
consequences.
time I
What?
end using
You're expecting
the
thanks? Kunda is in danger, and you've won.
What's it called? I think it's about time I stop wearing these robes and switch over to the actual armor, because yeah, this I only have a defense bonus of 2. And this I can modify to increase my other stat. Not my other stats, but, you know, increase some of my stats. Okay, let's try this again.
Tell me what you...
So I'm going to handle things a little differently. I'm not going to just try spam Force Storm. I will use Force Wave first to not even spread them out a little bit, but I just like to keep them busy. Because there's a chance they could fail the check and all get stunned. Also, I just asked, why the fuck are the 38 viewers for Dicey Republic 2? Who else is streaming this game? This is going much smoother now that I've actually, you know, upgraded my lightsaber with the crystals. I actually added the best regenerative underlay to Handmaiden's robes, which that's the nice thing about her robes. Well, yes, they can only be equipped by the Handmaiden. They can be modded.
We've lost too many souls.
I think both sides handled it pretty well.
So you're the Stannis. You have... I was...
Sorry I was held up, but it looks like I've arrived in time to pull you out of your predicament.
Kill them all.
He is like nailing these fucking saves. Holy hell.
Thank you so much for your aid. You can be sure that Dantooine will not forget how the Jedi protected us in this place. I'm sorry to offend you. You are, of course, our savior, and I am very grateful to you. We are a humble community, and this conflict has greatly diminished our resources. I hope this reward will be sufficient.
You either take the 4,000 credits, but I won't need it. I have other ways to get
I am
credits,
humbled by your generosity.
and they can use it more than me.
I will put this to good use. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much work to do. Dantooine will be slow to rebuild, but I am confident now that we will one day achieve prosperity.
Kunda is safe in no small part due to you. I feel certain that the Administrator wouldn't have made it without your assistance. I may have misjudged you. In any case, I am free to talk about whatever you wish. There are a few of us left, but I do not even know if the others still live. We may be the last. We've been forced to divide our forces and retreat to places which will be difficult for our enemies to detect and attack. We have chosen to hide our presences from each other, so that the discovery of one will not endanger the others. We cannot, and we have resolved not to until we have found where the Sith are striking from. But even as our numbers thin, there is still no trace of them. We had hoped to outmaneuver them, by letting them believe themselves victorious. We thought they would become bold and step from the shadows. I suppose there is something I should show you. It will keep you alive long enough to prove useful. When you are facing a long campaign, you need to be more conservative with how you use your Force energy. This form gives you increased Force affinity. In simple terms, it helps you to quickly regenerate Force energy in the middle of a fight.
Every other time I've done this, as I've been like a weapon master or something, he teaches me Arteru.
I don't know how you learned that so quickly.
Which is a lightsaber form focused on dealing with multiple one-on-one foes.
Practicing to tighten it up and you'll be fine.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Really? But that is where we are gonna call the end for stream today.
gonna create a save slot, and not save slot, I'm gonna create a save. The one thing I might do is I might edit in a single-handed sword, since I kind of fucked up on that. I meant to claim a single-handed, though I don't know about that yet. For now, though, that's where we're going to call Knights of the Old Republic to, and next time we're going to be going to Alderaan, probably.